Hey, we're live and stuff. Welcome to Hexes and Vexes, where we're definitely all emotionally stable and happy to be here.
Correct.
No. Hey, thanks so much for joining us tonight for the next episode of Echoes of Divinity. It's absolutely going to be super lighthearted and not scary at all. Hey.
Insight check.
No. We're going to go straight into intros. My name is Emily. I am the GM here, the producer, and the chief executive Thirstmaster when we do Thirsty Thursdays. Soon, I will be something else, which I will shout out really shortly. But enough about me. No one cares about me. Certainly not at the moment, because all I've done is torture these people mercilessly. Hey, Promethean, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to?
Hey, hi, I'm Promethean. There's a zero in it. You can find me on an exceedingly limp postcard on Emily's desk right now.
That's true.
Or as an icon in chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing now. Yeah, hey, you'll find me here at the Lawrites, at Beeples and Dragons, and also other assorted places on the internet at varying times.
Yeah. Good job. Hey, Salt, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to?
I am SaltQueenPlays. You can find me hanging out here with this bunch of filthy methods. You can also find me hanging out over on the Lawrites in two lovely things. One coming up very soon, launching very soon. And the other is the triumphant return of our tale of two queens is finally happening. We just started talking about when we can all get back together because we've all been scattered across the globe for a little while. And other than that, you can't find me.
Nope.
I'm kidding.
Great. Speaking of people you can't find, Deetwenty, who are you? Where can we find you?
Well, currently sitting on a chair, but I'll be standing up later on if that helps, dear. Oh, and here, obviously, with you and spectacular
I never
human
remember
beings.
your command. I'm so sorry. Great. Excellent. Hey, Lockie, who are you? Where can we find you?
Hey, what's good? My name's Lockie. I'm from the MimicsDen. You can find me on all the socials, and our podcast came out.
Up. It's
What?
not working.
That's fine. The podcast came out on Monday, the 31st, which is super cool. Check us out on wherever you get your podcasts. You can also
Down here.
there or that way. I don't know which way the camera goes,
The
but
podcast shop.
Podcast. Yeah, there it is, and that's me.
He's a professional podcaster. Hey, Tammy, who are you? Where can we find you? What are you up to?
I'm Talera79. You can find me here, or soon you will find me on the Lawrites, and in a bit you'll find me in another place that I can't really talk about yet, but it's going to be really, really good.
I'm told that we can say that it's part of a thing that's going to be airing around October. And it's a ton of fun, and we've already shot 2 episodes for it, I believe, which is, yeah, it's going to be great. But hey, there are 2 very special people I need to shout out and thank for this episode, and also for last episode. Huge shout out and thank you to Rin_Vixen for joining us last session and absolutely emotionally destroying everyone.
Violated us completely, and it was so good.
Yeah, it was great. And you're going to get to see more of Rin Vixen in tonight's episode very, very shortly when I hit play. So thank you so much, Rin, for joining the Echoes of Divinity little chapter so far. I would also like to thank another very special person, Erin, Tiny Tiamat from Let's Roll for Dragons, for also joining us. For what? I guess you're going to have to find out. Speaking of, let's find out. But before we do, let's recap. Last session, you all, having long rested within Agora, decided, after hearing Delphine find out that there is a king and the queen has been announced formally as dead, that it might be time to get out of Agora in case that turns back on you. In doing so, you gathered some supplies. You decided to send Hakari to do some haggling for you, which went really, really well, until you got to the jewelry kit that you were seeking, which...
Did he even haggle up to that point, though? Didn't he just accept everything until that point?
He accepted
Haggling.
everything until that point, and in which he left with a jade stone instead of
My first jewelry
A
kit.
small fortune.
Some might say that is the beginning of a jewelry kit.
Yeah. Great. And in the meantime, you well, hold on, wait, let's not forget the wet pebble that Cat Delphine popped into her mouth, as Tybella watched on, incredibly disappointed in your haggling skills, and inability to acquire everything that you were asked to get. At the same time, Scarlet, Velendar, and Marcus decided to attempt to uncover what the rumors within the city were about the Queen's death. In doing so, you kind of discovered a bunch of different things, that there was mention of Grommy, not necessarily by name too much, but of a kobold. You also discovered that the person that a lot of people suspect actually killed the Queen is already dead, and whose body is being stored on the grounds of the castle within their own cart. You understood that to be your friend Astrid, who might be taking the blame or the fall for for the murder of the Queen.
She's dead. She can't defend herself.
Wow.
More of an acquaintance than a friend for most of us.
Yeah.
I didn't even meet her.
Yeah, true. Neither did Hakari. You all decided to leave the town, but not before you heard Velendar and Marcus. You heard a mysterious tick-tock within your minds that you've heard once or twice before. And this sickly cold feeling, like, engulfing your entire body. You left Agora. You travelled towards Tybella. Your trip went relatively smoothly, with Hakari navigating the cart, and with your experience on these paths, you managed to cut down your travel time quite significantly. As you bribed your way through the gates of Tybella, wow, I can't speak, with Tybella's help, you made your way towards Namrita. As you were kind of approaching your destination, the horses reared and panicked, bringing your cart to a complete instant stop. As beside Hakari, Velendar, and Delphine emerged two shadow figures. Wow, I really can't speak. Can you tell she's nervous?
Hey, you got this.
It's going to be fine.
You're doing amazing, sweetie.
Thank you so much. Two shadow figures emerged, striking at you. However, they were absolutely no match. You guys had them downed very, very fucking quickly. However, before you even had time to celebrate your win, Velendar spotted a figure in an emerald green cloak, peeling a green apple with a dagger, his dagger. Iosefka of the Shadowbinders is how she introduced herself, claiming that you had set foot in her town with things that she wanted. The rings and the book. The book that she called the Book of the Divine. Velendar, visibly rattled, made it very clear that this was not someone that you should be fighting. And someone's doing Fast and Furious outside my window. That you should not be fighting at all. And that she was the one responsible for the death of his friend, Narcelia. However, when he offered up the rings of the Veil Keepers, Tybella refused to back down, picking a fight with Iosefka. After a very short show of power, handing over 2 out of 3 of the rings after swiping one back,
That
Iosefka
salt pebble came in hands.
Yeah, that Iosefka dropped Velendar, replacing with a slightly soggy pebble. Iosefka made it very clear that a lesson was required. Not to mess with her again. She quickly and cruelly paralyzed and murdered Tybella before she had a chance to continue fighting back. As she fell, Velendar rushed to Tybella's side. No signs of life. Marcus quickly was second to arrive, placing his hand on Velendar's head and Tybella's chest before casting Revivify. And that's where we left off. In this moment, Tybella's form completely unmoving, Scarlet, you find yourself able, having been commanded in these last few moments, to attempt to maintain any information that you could from the books, the scrolls, the documents, anything within that book before it was handed to Iosefka. You find yourself freely able to move out of the cart. You see everything before you, and you saw a lot of it happen. It was just, you were so focused under the influence on doing the task that was required of you that you couldn't do anything else. Velendar, as you hold...
question,
go.
Ellie.
Yeah.
Am I still standing directly in front of Tybella's dead body with Velendar and Marcus? Because I don't think I left, did I?
You moved slightly away because Iosefka said to you, like, you can go. And
I was like, this is going to be so awkward. Just looming over them like, what you doing?
You having understood that your gods and spirits had abandoned you when you attempted to call for them, knew that this was not going to be a fight that you could win. And in fear, kind of moved slightly away. Velendar, you holding the still form of Tybella, her eyes still kind of open. There is a moment where you almost have complete and utter deja vu, except it's not the feeling of like, oh, maybe I've been here before. You have been in this position before. And let's go over to our cutscene and find out what that looked like. We'll be back very soon. As the cart makes its way through traversing these cobblestone streets, you feel like you might have an hour or so of light to yourselves before you probably need to track down the home of Graham, your target for tonight's hit.
In which case, I think Javier will look to Narcelia. Shots?
Oh, yes, please. But we still have to work, so let's just do the good amount.
2, max. Promise.
3, come on.
Very well.
You make your way to a nearby tavern, the Stormy Night. There is someone behind the bar that is paying half attention to you, and is really, if you're walking in and just ordering shots, they just half-heartedly, they don't even greet you, they just half-heartedly pour them for you.
What kind of a name is Graham? This guy deserves to die.
I mean, if you think about all the people over the years, like Horlock, like who would call their kid Horlock? Like they're just asking to get picked on. And then Growl just sounds like someone sneezed.
Look, I won't go into too much detail about what kind of bullshit got thrown my way with Javier.
Yeah, yours is maybe the worst one.
Children are the worst form of humanoid in existence. I've always said it, I'll always believe it. And it's very true.
People can make fun of Narcelia all they like, but they know that if they do, they might lose a few toes.
What do you mean? Celia is such a cute little name. It's adorable.
How dare you? Perhaps if we weren't trying to be undercover and low-key right now, I would pin you to the ground.
My favorite time to absolutely destroy you is when I know you have to behave.
You just...
The sun begins to fade and it becomes dark. You ready yourselves and make your way. Narcelia in the lead, being the one that kind of has done all of the scoping out for this job, towards Graham's place.
Well, boss, what's the play?
I think we'd be cautious with this one.
Well, I wasn't exactly going to roll in doing cartwheels and
Oh, yeah,
singing
yeah,
at
yeah.
the top of my lungs.
Oh, shush you. Not being helpful.
Do we have a specific point of ingress?
Left. When all else fails, we choose left.
Excellent.
And as you kind of lift this window and poke your head through, kind can't see anyone.
And I think at this point, they'd probably drop to. I feel like there's probably like hand signals involved with Thieves' Cant, specifically designed for secret conversations and this explicit kind of job. And I think kind of using those secret roguish hand signals, he'd say something like, "This is going to be an absolute walk in the park."
Oh, you signal back. Don't get too cocky. It doesn't suit you.
It's probably at the point when Arcelia turns away, so she might not clock it. Avia would have a quip about how cockiness suits him perfectly.
Excellent. Perfect. And as you both climb through this window, the only person required to make a stealth check here will be Promethean.
Oh, wow. A 13
Okay.
for that.
There is a moment, Narcelia, where you hear kind of like his feet hit the floor, but very still quietly. But you, being so trained, hear this, and it triggers you for a moment.
And I think Avia probably genuinely looks to Narcelia for like perfecting his own skills. And so having her clock that and kind of put her finger to his mouth, he just kind of freezes one leg against the windowsill, just kind of before moving on.
Just gonna signal to you like, again? Come on.
Yeah.
I'll get it.
You gotta get better at entering.
As you make your way up these stairs, quietly, I will get Javier to make one more stealth check, if that's okay.
That's a 12. He's getting worse.
Okay, you don't feel like you're being, again, the most obvious person in the world, particularly because you have both perceived that there's no one else really kind of wandering around this house. But once again, Narcelia, with your training, these, like, there is the slightest little creak, as if, like, a mouse is running across floorboards that you hear.
I'm gonna sign back. Why do I take you anywhere?
And in response, he'll just hold up a dagger.
Yeah.
And then I hold up 2 daggers. I'm like, I don't need you. I have 2.
And then he'll pull out a second dagger as well.
I'm like, don't you even start. We'll be here all night.
You make your way up the stairs. Immediately, second door to the left, you are aware, is Graham's room.
Nothing's locked. There's no one around. Surely this is kind of like a first for any sort of gig that we've been on, for a place of this high stature to be so empty.
And I guess using the hand signals, this conversation will play out. It's kind of like that time. It's a holiday thing. Everyone's doing holiday things or post-holiday things. It's definitely happened before.
I'll sign back to you. Let's just be cautious. Something's up.
And kind of with that, I think Javier will kind of drop into a more serious mode than he's kind of had to this point. And so he will make an effort to stick a little more closely to the shadows and to be a little bit more gentle with his footfalls.
And I think you both recognize that this is a little bit abnormal. But you're also recognizing the importance of this job and the importance of the Cord's Edge. Javier,
Wow.
you will need to make a perception check for me.
Perception?
As you peer through around the doorframe.
That's a 12.
You would both see that it looks as though Graham is already in bed. He is snoring sound asleep. You, Narcelia, spot a desk off towards the left of the room. It's got writing implements and quills, and you see a couple of various scrolls sitting kind of strewn across this desk. To you, it would feel like the obvious place to kind of keep something like this book. Javier, you are aware that your part of this job is to take the life of Graham.
Mm-hmm.
So looking towards the right, you would see that It's probably the easiest way to approach someone who is sleeping in order to assassinate them.
Easy. And I think I would do so and kind of have 2 daggers drawn, one ready to just immediately slice his throat, the other one to go into the heart. But we'll hold off just in case we need him alive to find out the location of the book, rather than just jumping straight in.
I'll go over to the desk and check for traps and start rummaging through.
You kind of run your fingers along this seam where the drawer would pull out, and you find that it is locked, but using just even your dagger, you manage to basically jimmy this drawer open and pull it, and you see this mahogany-bound leather book with this silver inlay. There is almost like a hum of power as you hold this book.
From the darkest corner of the room, you would hear a single high heel into the floor, followed by another. And as you listened to these footsteps, not quicken in pace, each one seeming to take an eternity between one another, the form of a woman who looks like she just got done with a dinner party, but a face that is very displeased that she has to be here. I think you'll find that that's mine. And a shadow will appear behind you, Marcelia, and will immediately strike at the back of your throat, seeking to strike you at your spine.
No! And
It's you.
In this moment, the book from someone in an emerald green cloak is taken from Narcelia's hands, and they just step back into the shadows.
so with the 2 daggers, 2 things go through Javier's mind. One, this dude is going to wake up and clock them. So one dagger goes directly into his heart immediately. He will spin and he will just throw the other dagger at this mysterious figure attacking his best friend.
It will completely miss.
Behind where she stood is an exact replica of her form, made entirely of shadow. And from behind, you would feel a hand on your shoulder. He was mine. And another strike, this time from her form herself, would come for you. Straight to the side of your head. Javier.
Mm-hmm.
You hear this ringing in your ears as you just get absolutely fucking smacked in the side of the head. You almost have to kind of blink to focus your vision as you kind of find your way again, looking over at your friend.
Narcelia is almost just in shock, looking at this shadowy person, fully recognizing who they are, and is just kind of like trying to catch her breath, stay calm, and calculate the situation. She will look at Javier and just sign, run.
The moment that you go to move your hand, behind you, she is now standing, where the shadow just struck you at the back of your neck and grabs you by the neck, lifting you up slowly. You care for this one.
Take the book. Listen to me very closely. My father, Zikrunar Quirinoth, there is nothing that he cannot procure for you. Take the book Leave her alone. Walk away.
You think that you can encroach on what is mine and just walk away? You've overstepped, little boy. And from the shadow again, a figure of her form would grab the dagger out of the man that is laying on the ground, flick it over to her, and she will catch it in one hand. If you have anything to say, now's the time. You, talking to you. Go on.
My throat being like right in my voice box, kind of like I can feel the disconnection as it's getting like pulled in, out.
Celia, I'm out of moves here. What do I do?
She'll flip Narcelia around so that her head is essentially in a headlock between this woman's arms.
Very calmly,
Is that it?
Narcelia will look at you, Javier. You need to run.
She'll slit your throat.
And it will happen in a way, Narcelia, that it's not quick. You're not dead. You feel this happen. And you feel this warmth on your chest as you can still feel yourself able to breathe and are just almost like gasping for air as blood starts to fill your mouth. You feel your body weaken and almost like you can't hold your own weight, but you can still speak.
I drop to my knees, just holding my throat and kind of like wanting to turn away, but stuck there being held because I don't want him to see this. You are the most important thing to me, more valuable than anything else. Live.
Boring. Decapitates her with her hand. Her head goes flying.
And I think
Oh, now what to do with you?
and at that sort of exact moment, you'd theoretically be able to do anything, because I think watching the blood pour from Narcelia, it's like Javier can feel whatever warmth is left in his pitiful and miserable existence flowing out of himself as the blood spills to the floor. And he just is standing there completely still, just becoming colder and colder, almost like stone. And with those last words, there's a glimmer of, at first, hope that she's still talking, and then an immediate recognition that she understands she's about to die. And I think as soon as her decapitated head hits the floor, he will run.
The moment you get up to move, two more shadows erupt out of the ground and grab you by both your arms and pin you to the floor in a kneeling stance. Consider this a mercy. Don't fuck with me. Or do. It's your prerogative. But no, that will get much worse than that. Thanks for the book, though. Thanks for doing all the hard work.
You find yourself released from the grasp of these two emerald cloak figures. As they all dissipate into shadow, you left there with the form of your best friend. Almost like there's a moment of just clarity and flashback. What would you be thinking about? What would be running through your mind?
Just the image of her head being separated from her body over and over and over again. And then for a minute, I think there'll be a moment from kind of one of the early jobs that Narcelia and Javier ran that kind of puts him back into job mode. And he'll recognize he cannot leave her corpse here at the scene of the crime, so to speak.
The second you attempt to approach her corpse, you hear guards approaching this estate. There are at least 10 of them running towards this estate. And those words that she gave you about living for her ring within your mind.
Ugh. With the guards approaching, the corpse too difficult to move. He's going to take just her head and veil to avoid the possibility of her being identified and of the theft coming immediately back to the court's edge if her face is able to be identified. Is the plan. And it's the first dismembered body part that he's had to handle that belongs to something that he gives even the remotest of shits about. And so from the moment that he picks up this head...
You don't have room to be stealthy if you want to escape. Can I get you to make an athletics check for me?
So I rolled a 5.
Oh. You make your way down these stairs. And, you hear these warnings that Narcelia gave you in your mind earlier about being stealthy and being careful and making sure this job is done correctly. And for a moment, you lose your footing.
The tripping itself was not you stumbling, but a hand reaching out from the stair itself, from the shadow itself cast on the stair, and grabbing your ankle, throwing you to the floor as you tumbled down the stairs. And as you got to the bottom,
you look down at your hand, and you are no longer holding the head of your friend.
Almost as if she's whispering directly into your ear, right behind you. Oh, you thought you would get away? No, I need someone to take blame for this. Oh, and that one, underneath where the head is, there's a little bit of a roiling of another shadow-like entity reaching its hand out, grabbing the head, and pulling it into the floorboards away from you. I'll be a good boy and take the fall, okay?
Oh, I do not like you one little bit. And Javier's going to head in the game, roll backwards off the steps entirely, and attempt to make another break for it.
You do. And you run. And there are moments where a guard almost has their hand on you. Like just that fabric slipping through fingers. But you get away. But you leave with nothing. You leave without your best friend, without the book, without any evidence that anyone interfered. Just that it's a job that you failed and that you lost someone along the way with.
Have you ever thought about moving on from Court's Edge?
To where?
I don't know, like surely we would get enough money eventually and then we could just explore the world.
There's an aspect of my existence in which I'm always going to be looking over my shoulder or feeling like I need to. The Chord's Edge, if nothing else, makes it seem like I'm doing something productive with my life, and it lowers the risk of that. At this stage, there's no reason for me to not be here, and I get to freely do all of the cool shit that I'm incredibly good at. I get to sneak around, I get to slice throats, I get to steal books. What's with that, anyway?
I mean, you know that I'm not really allowed to go into all the details, but you're right. Book is a little bit anticlimactic, like stealing heirlooms is more fun, but this book is important to the Chord's Edge.
Wasn't it something about ancient calamities? I got a brief rundown.
Yeah.
You're not the only one who knows secrets, you know.
Oh. Are you holding back from me? Are you holding information from me?
I would never. That shit can get me killed. Why would I even think of that?
Yes, exactly. Good. It will get you killed.
All I have is something to do with ancient calamity, something to do with the formation of the world. The end.
Have you ever thought about why the Chord's Edge want it?
Why do they want anything they want? It's part of why I enjoy the organization. They're so dispersed in their activities and desires. There's always something new to go after.
Oh, you and your smooth brain never think about the bigger picture of things.
What do you mean, bigger picture?
It's just, there's more out there than stealing things. And, I don't know, things have consequences.
Consequences are a problem for the behavior of tomorrow if he's alive to have to deal with them.
As the cart makes its way through traversing these cobblestone streets, you feel like you might have an hour or so of light.
It's back.
Well, the cutscene just jumped, everybody. So, allow me to give you the last 30 seconds. This is going to be really fun. I'd like to thank the dog that just fucking barked and distracted me. But hey, give me one moment. We're going to go back into that last 30 seconds. As the cart makes its way through.
For the behavior of tomorrow if he's alive to have to deal with them.
I don't like that language. You know, I care about you and I care about your well-being. Don't talk about you being dead or gone. I won't be able to live with it.
Well, there's always risk. I'm not a huge fan of the idea myself.
Look, I know there's a risk, but like, let's just pretend that we're immortal and that we're gods and that we're going to live forever and that no one can hurt or touch us. And that way we always have each other.
Never had any inkling to do otherwise.
Excellent. Scout down another shot.
Fucking cheers to immortality.
Hey, we're officially back. I was gonna go in really cold, and I warned everyone that we were going in cold, but then people kept donating stuff, and I got really anxious, and I have stress rash all over my body. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for donating for that hype train. All of the money that we raise for subs and bits and on Ko-Fi or Ko-Fi, however you want to say it, is going towards us getting art for these guys. We've had 2 new players join us, and we're into chapter 2 of our campaign. So like, yeah, thank you for helping me get cool shit for my players. But hey, as that moment kind of sinks in with you, Velendar, or Javier, or Javier, one of your many aliases that you've used. It's like your vision just, it's not even like it goes black like you're unconscious. it's like you become completely void of anything. It's not a closing of your eyes. It becomes a nothingness completely. Your body feels not hot, not cold. It's just nothing. And Marcus, can you describe once again how this Revivify looks from the standpoint of Scarlet, who now I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, Scarlet, would be stepping out of the cart. And Delphine and Hakari, who are standing nearby.
It's almost as if the light around Marcus changes. There is a green electrical pulsating, almost as if not from Marcus, but from the very air around him, he's drawing in some sort of energy or breaking some sort of energy, as he's got one hand on Velendar's head that is pressed towards Tybella, and then he pushes his other hand flat onto her chest, knocking aside this strange amulet that she has.
Yeah.
And trying to press on the flesh, ignoring the broken bones and the battering and her eyes and Velendar's tears. You see this kind of green glow as almost the color from Marcus starts to fade, as he seems to almost step between worlds.
And as your hand touches the back of Velendar's head and Tybella's chest, it's really strange comparatively because Velendar feels almost scorching hot. Like the back of his head is almost like you have to fight yourself from wincing touching it as you cast this spell. Tybella, on the other hand, is ice cold. And going through this fight with Iosefka, there are already visible bruises on her body, on her very pale drow skin. Marcus, it takes a moment and you feel this magic start to coalesce around you. And you kind of feel like, almost like you're drifting off into a sleep as your vision starts to leave you. But it doesn't feel scary and you don't panic. It just feels like you are laying down for a night's rest. As kind of everything goes dark, you realize that despite feeling that way, your eyes are still open. And you blink a couple of times, attempting to clear your vision, but a moment passes and there's nothing. You blink again, and there's nothing. It's just dark. And then from no direction that you can pinpoint, you hear a voice. Marcus Atticus Drody, she speaks. There's a warmth and a comfort to her voice, but a tone of authority also. It's not a voice you recognize. And you hear them say, "So you think you can meddle with the veil between life and death? Not an easy feat for a simple storyteller, don't you think?" And it seems like, kind of instinctively, like you should be looking over your shoulders, but you don't feel form within you. And so once again, you can't really pinpoint this voice. All that power. Tell me why. Is this really worth it? This time the voice almost feels like they're standing over your left shoulder, whispering into your ear. What do you say?
I talked to Tybella what seems just mere days ago. I told her not every story has a happy ending. We were in a bar full of light and life. She has an unfulfilled destiny. She has a link to another with an unfulfilled destiny. This was a wrongful death and a wrongful time. I'm besieging her and you to allow Tybella to come back and finish off whatever this story is.
Always thinking about the story, aren't we, Marcus?
Is there anything else?
Yes. But I will offer you this kindness, Marcus. I will give her to you. But in return, I'm going to need something from you.
That seems unusual. The last time I saw this, I was in Sediva, in the deserts, and I know a bargain was made and a bargain was struck. But
I'm not making you a bargain, Marcus. I am taking something from you, and out of the kindness of my heart, giving you something in return. That is it. Our ties sever from there. My influence may not, but our ties sever.
I seem to be asking this a lot, but may I have your name?
No. You may not. What is a name, anyway? Aside from some shitty mortal concept.
I am a shitty mortal, and I am bringing back a shitty mortal to a story that is unfulfilled and unfinished. Your name would be useful for this shitty mortal to add to this shitty story.
I will not be part of your story, Marcus. I am not asking. You want her? I'll give her to you, but I take something. I will give you the kindness of an option. 3. Would you like to hear them, or are you walking away? Because I'll send you straight back to where you came from.
The 3 options, oh generous voice.
It will cost you something. Either your knowledge. I'm sure you've gained enough scribbling within the books that you carry around. Or your talent. You always seem to think you know what to say. That charming smile in your drama. Guess we could all use a little bit of that spark, right? Or something you hold dear. A moment in time, maybe. Something that lives in your head. Something that made you, Marcus. You give me one of those, and I'll give you Tybella. Which will it be?
You've managed to clearly pick the 3 things that have the most meaning to me personally, which puts you as a interesting and potentially cruel bargainer. However, the last of the options I may forget, but will it erase it that it ever happened?
Maybe. But this is a gamble. You delve into my realm to drag someone out of it. It's no simple feat, and a bit of a gamble. TikTok I don't have all day.
Curious phrasing you suddenly use. Is that a standard term you use, TikTok? I thought time and shitty mortals meant nothing to you.
Well, I make exceptions.
You may not care about this, but someone I care about cares about Tybella. And as I've said, the sacrifice of my memory and a memory dear to me is worth a life any day of any week. Can Tybella's spirit follow me back to our home? Please.
If you give me a memory, then yes. Because here's the thing, Marcus. She doesn't want to die. This was well before her time. But it has to mean something.
Something to me or something to those I hold dear?
To you. This is your sacrifice, Marcus. Is this the route you wish to go?
No, but it's the one I'm going to follow.
You feel instantly as if someone appears behind you. You turn instinctively again to look, and there's no one there. But you feel the pressure of almost two fingers pressed to your temples. Almost awaiting you to present this memory to them. What memory are you going to give up to this god?
As Marcus looks into his own treasure trove of memories that meant something, to bring a life back into a world that it's left, he thinks of a moment of friendship, a time that him and a friend, his best friend, Briley, discovered freedom from family. And on one stormy night, went and danced in the rain, without constraints, without fear, without judgment, and ran and laughed in that rain. He turns to the figure, which he can't see but senses around him.
And the pressure still remains on your temples as you turn.
That was a moment where I first found freedom from the pressures and allowed me to go out into this wide world that you may or may not have created and live a marvelous and fantastical life.
You think about this memory and you remember it vividly, but it starts to fade to this black and white as it replays over and over in your mind and eventually kind of fades into nothingness. And for a moment or so, you kind of forget even where you are and what you're talking about and what is going on. And then it all comes back to you, except for that memory. And you don't know what it is that you're missing, but you feel like you're missing something. And you hear this voice say, "Pleasure doing business," as you feel this pressure against your chest as you are almost thrown back into reality. But before we get there, we're going to go across to Velendar. This kind of void that you find yourself in that doesn't make sense because it feels like nothing exists. It's existential crisis material. But then you kind of like, almost like a crossfade, see this grassy field. You see a young girl, drow, and she is holding a small dandelion in her hand. Instead of like a white grey that dandelion, like those little fucking wish fairies are, it's a lilac purple colour. You see an older drow, a woman, approach this young girl, and she bobs down over her shoulder, placing a hand. And it's like you're watching on this moment. And for a moment you kind of feel intrusive, but you also feel like you're supposed to be there. And you hear this older woman say, "My mother always taught me that if you close your eyes and you wish hard enough, and then you breathe out, sometimes the things you wish for come true." And then you hear her say, "Make a wish, Bella." And you watch this young drow close her eyes, breathe in deeply, and then breathe out onto this little dandelion as these, as they all take off into the air. And then it's like that moment just fades, and you see from the perspective of someone that's not yourself, and you look down and you see that you're still drow, but you're not you, and you sense that almost immediately as you see the same older woman and an older gentleman that you know, seeing from the perspective of this person, they're this person's mother and father. And you see them speaking in hushed, kind of panicked tones. You just feel this concern overtake you. And then that moment fades. And you're inside a little house. This time watching on again. A little wooden house, fire lit. You glance outside and the start of snowfall. And then you watch as the door to this house bursts open, and these people in cloaks that you recognize to be those of your family or of your family's followers, your family, Velendar, burst in, and you watch as they grab this older woman, Tybella's mother, and they slit her throat and throw her to the side. You watch as they start to tear this place apart. You watch as they grab the arm of this young drow girl, Tybella, and they drag her out. You hear her crying for her father as they hit him in the face repeatedly over and over and over again until he is bloodied, his skin almost so red with blood that you can't see his actual skin tone. As they drag him and her away, the moment fades again. You see, from the perspective of Tybella, standing behind bars in the place that your family runs and rules. You see her look through bars at her father as he is skin and bone, barely able to kind of hang on. And you feel, as you place your hands, or Tybella's hands, on your cheeks, you feel this wetness of tears as the moment fades. And then you watch on once again. This moment feels like time has passed because Tybella's not in this prison anymore. She's sitting on a rooftop looking at another drow, male, platinum blonde hair, and the sky is just this bright yellow-orange tone. And from the feeling of absolute love that emanates from her, you can assume that this is Caius. And you feel, for the first time since the dandelion, this happiness that Tybella experienced. And then it fades again. You see another attack, this time in a cave. You see people everywhere, at least 10, as these emerald cloak figures rush in and begin to start absolutely tearing them apart. You watch as an elven figure, not drow, gets a dagger stabbed straight through the bottom of her jaw, out the top of her head. Tybella watching as this happens. You hear her shout out for this person. You don't catch a name, but you hear her shout out, and then you feel this pain in your gut as, like, you look down from Tybella's perspective and you see this arrow that's just pierced straight through her stomach. And she pulls it out and she just runs. It fades. You see her standing over Caius's body, weeping, finding this gemless stone on his hand and taking it for herself. You see her spot 2 people in the distance. One you recognize as Hakari. The other you don't recognize, but you know from the recollection that it was Briley. It fades. This time, you recognize what you see, because the memory is Tybella standing on the edge of the boat, looking out as the sun is starting to set. A moment where she had her time alone. And you watch as she looks back at all of you. And there's this sense of warmth that you get, that she wouldn't admit it, but feels like she felt at home there. And then it fades, and your body starts to feel incredibly ice cold as you literally, in like almost stop still photographs, see the last moments of Tybella's death. But from her perspective, from the moment you handed over the ring to the moment where everything around her faded. And then you come back to holding her lifeless form in reality. Before we do anything else, Hakari, Scarlet, Delphine, what this looks like to all of you is almost a catatonic state between the 3 people. They just go immobile. You watch as this green, almost smoky energy forms around them. All 3 of them. Because you see this connection between Marcus, Velendar, and Tybella. And there are moments that this green energy has different kind of hues flow through it. You see like moments of black smoke and then white, and just different kind of energies pulling around them. You are all intelligent enough to understand that interrupting this process is completely unwise. Is there anything that the 3 of you are doing, knowing that this process of like catatonic state from start to finish only goes for about 2 minutes? It's really fast. From start of cast to back to reality. We'll start with Hakari. Oh, sorry. Sorry,
No.
Scarlet. I heard a pause, so we'll go over to Scarlet then first.
Scarlet would probably be watching around them to make sure no one comes from the outside that could disturb. Like the person has left, she can come out of the cart, but making sure no one else is coming on the scene.
Okay. Can you make a perception check for me, please?
Oh no. Because we all know she's so good at that. Yeah, not very good at all. That would be 5.
Okay. The streets have been quiet since you all arrived. And they remain quiet during this process. You were all the loudest things here, as was Iosefka, but not a soul in sight. Hakari, what are you doing?
Hakari will see this occurring. I think there's a moment where he's starting to ponder if this is in line with balance, if this is something that goes against his teachings, but the fact he feels something, some sort of protection coming to his stomach, he will. What's the ground look like? Is it slick? Is there dirt, dust, that sort of thing?
It's
Wet
kind
with
of
tears.
that, but also it's a combination of kind of cobblestone, but like it's not well maintained. It's not
Sure.
like dilapidated or anything like that. But like there's not a regular maintenance crew on the job. Is probably the best way to describe that. And in mountainous like terrain where you can see mountains on the horizon, it's not uncommon. The ground is quite uneven.
Okay. I think what he will do is shift quickly around and then just using a few actions, I'm going to channel my elemental attunement and just bring up like a 1-foot wall of earth around just to give them some protection. And sort of seeing Scarlet there. We'll make sure no one interrupts them, shall we? And then he will just take a ready stance, bow over the shoulder, and just watching.
Yeah, great. I'll get you to also make a perception check if that's okay.
But that's absolutely fine.
Well, good, because you don't have a choice.
Shit. 7.
Oh my God, we're terrible.
Similar thing. You particularly riding up front, probably kind of clock this as Scarlet's even checking. Like, it's been really quiet on the streets, aside from the shadow figures in Iosefka. Delphine, what are you doing?
Well, Salt is trying to keep her glasses on her face because they keep sliding down with the river of her tears.
Oh,
So
I'm
that's
sorry.
great. But Delphine's probably quite fascinated by what's happening. She's never seen this type of magic before, which is odd to her because she's from a place of where everyone is so in tune with magic. So she's not seen this before. I think she'd be approaching it with curiosity, but also hesitance, because while it doesn't immediately feel dangerous to her, she doesn't know what it is.
Yeah.
And like what it could be doing. And I mean, she just went through a moment where her gods basically abandoned her. So this very well could be the payout of the gods abandoning her. So I guess she would just kind of be watching closely, but not getting closer.
Yeah.
Kind of.
It's kind of like that peering up, like...
Yeah, like what the fuck is happening over there? But also don't come near me with it. Like, what is this? Kind of thing.
Delphine, a couple of things. First thing is that this energy that coalesces around them, there is a sense of good that you pick up from this. And where did you put the flower after you attempted to call for the gods?
She never removed it from her armor. It's always just
Great.
kind of been in her armor. Well,
There is
on her armor.
there's this moment where it almost gains its own weight again. You feel this weight to it. And there is a feeling that you can't explain that washes over you. That is a return of the presence of the spirits that abandoned you before. And almost like someone is speaking within your mind, you hear, "It won't happen again."
Does Delphine feel like this is the flower reacting to what's in front of her, or is this the god saying like they wouldn't abandon her again?
There is a feeling that you get that it's not necessarily about what's happening in front of you. It's about it's almost a sense, there is a sense of remorse and regret to it that feels like they didn't necessarily want to abandon you in the first place.
Yeah, okay.
As the three of you watch on, the streets remaining quiet, Marcus comes back first. And Marcus, you feel this sheen of sweat on your body and this absolute one level of exhaustion that you will take. But also, for mechanical purposes, the memory that you provided this god is gone. Until further notice, or until you can find a way to restore it, it's gone. It never existed. That's the DM telling you that. Marcus, you snap back to reality, and mere seconds later, you feel Velendar almost regain consciousness, and you are both back where you left. Velendar holding Tybella's body, and Marcus, you standing over them both, a hand on each. What are you both doing?
I think Velendar, like going through that little trip down Tybella's memory lane, initially would have resented the sight and the feeling of that kind of grassy scene, because that void, while it was there, was comforting. That was helpful to him. So being jolted out of that, initially he resented. But I think then, having kind of been stepped through what he can only assume is Tybella's memory of her life, probably has a moment of thankfulness that he was able to have that shared with him in whatever way that was able to happen. But snapping out of that and assuming that she is gone, still weeping, will just whisper in her ear, I'm so sorry. I'm out of moves.
Marcus, what are you doing?
Marcus blinks a number of times. It's almost like someone coming out of darkness into a bright room, regardless the light there. The tone and color seems to have faded from his skin for the moment, as the energy to do whatever he was attempting to do has pulled through. And there's a look of confusion on his face as he sees Velendar move down, and he just pushes really hard on the breastbone to do that, almost like a CPR move on there. But it's just on Tybella's chest, just pushes it down, and then pushes down a second time, and then a third time, and then his hand still on Velendar's head, brings his head down, exactly down to Velendar's bit, and in the other ear, he's looking for breath, DM.
Couple of things happen. Velendar, the hand on the back of your head from Marcus is fucking scorching hot. Like, it is uncomfortable. Like, it feels like this guy has stuck his hand in fucking lava and is touching the back of your head.
Mm-hmm.
Tybella remains unmoving. And as you kind of press on her chest once, twice, a third time, nothing.
And I think on the third press, Velendar will kind of slip the hand and look at Marcus. Marcus, enough! Right now, we need to fucking run.
As you say that, you hear this like audible like as like breath like returns to Tybella's form, and she like blink, like her half open eyes like widen as you watch as she like blinks, says nothing. You watch her eyes just dart between the two of you and then across at your companions. But she remains silent.
Whisper, remember, not everything has a happy ending, but this was unfulfilled destiny. Get up now. And with the hand that slipped around from Velendar's face, I'll take his tears and then richly wipe them across her face to take the blood and sweat that she's got to clean her face, and then try and gently cup the back of her head and then raise it. Not to knock Velendar's, but at least slowly bring her up into like a recovery position, effectively, from the slump form she was.
There is almost a feeling that you get from this, Marcus, where you can see that she's listening and you can feel like she's trying, but she just doesn't have the strength to hold herself.
Marcus, what the fuck did you do?
Marcus looks Velendar, willishly nose to nose at this point in time. It's, get us to safety. Someone needs to carry us. Get us out of here, Velendar, now. And Marcus literally has wrapped himself round the still form of Tybella, cradling. Nothing else, just cradling, and then just trying to get her to sit up. It's as if someone has come out of a coma, but he's got his voice is hoarse. That heat that you're saying is generated, he is as gently as he can. Marcus has no strength. He's the weakest in the party by a country mile, and he's gently just trying to raise her. But he says to Velendar, his eyes meet. Get us to safety. I will look after her. You need to look after us.
The three watching on, you all hear and see this happen.
So can I interrupt, DM?
Mm-hmm.
I think because Marcus is who Delphine's made the biggest connection with, as soon as she hears him say that, she's probably going to step forward to try and take him in her arms, carry him away, and gesture to someone else who's strong in the party to probably grab Tybella, because Tybella and I don't really have a relationship. I'm not going to pick her up.
I think Velendar will come up under her arm and just to all of you, help me.
Scarlet will actually come in and basically lift Tybella up. And Scarlet will gently place a kiss on her cheek and heal her for 10 hit points.
Nice. Okay.
I can't do much, but it's something.
Cool. Before you even do this, you lift her and her form goes limp and her eyes close. And it's not that of death. It's that of pure exhaustion and just inability to hold her own weight. Her breath is still there. it's a little ragged, but she's alive.
Scarlet, get her in the cart. We need to get out of here now.
And Scarlet will go. I mean, she's got decent speed without any issue, so Scarlet will very quickly get to the cart and place Tybella in it.
Great. And you do so quite easily, to be quite honest. And same with you, Delphine, you carrying Marcus. You do so with ease. He's not that heavy. Hakari, what are you doing?
Hakari is going to notice the muscle of the party doing everything they can to get the muscle into the cart. He's going to head quickly to the front of the cart, being my cart, if I recall.
Yes.
You noticing
this cart.
I do own this cart. Any sort of inconsistencies or anything like that in the rocks of the road, I'm going to use my elemental attunement, flatten them, mount up the cart, prep the cart, and we're getting the fuck out of Dodge as quickly as we can.
Mm-hmm. Where are you all going?
Where I'm told.
So as Marcus, literally Marcus is clinging to Delphine as if she is a source of light and hope to him, because he's going through almost like hypothermia with the piece. It's hot, it's like a fever. He just seems to be shaking. As we move close to the cart, Marcus reaches into a pouch, pulls out the map that Hakari's seen before, which you've got 3 cross marks that he knows Bridie's made, presses it into your hand without any strength whatsoever, gives you a look, looks at the map, and then just clings to Delphine.
I just want to say, if either Marcus or Delphine die, neither one of us is going to survive this.
Scarlet, Velendar, what are you two doing? Having lowered Tybella's form into the cart with ease, she seems to just be sleeping at this point.
Scarlet will cover her in case her body's going into shock. But also mention, I'm not sure where the final destination is, but I do know that it's only 2 to 3 hours to my family's home. If people wanted to rest there.
Velendar would probably mutely nod at that. He's probably sitting, so I think he's just going to be sitting at Tybella's side, kind of crossing boundaries a little bit, given like their actual relationship, but at the same time, having lived through her memories, he feels perfectly comfortable doing so, and he's going to be like stroking her hair, like as she's in this recovery situation, and kind of internally bouncing between this overwhelming sense of relief combined with confusion that she's come back, and also just this constant ripping back to the grief and trauma of Narcelia's demise, sort of back and forth. And he's not going to be engaging with the others in any way other than just a super slow kind of nod at that suggestion.
It's also the second that you sit in the cart, like coming to a rest, that you realize how fucking exhausted you are. You also take a level of exhaustion, having gone through this entire scenario. The rest of you don't.
We all take a level of depression.
Yeah, you do. You absolutely do.
Take a level of sad.
Take a level of sad boy. So are you going towards Scarlet's home for a rest?
How safe is home, Scarlet?
Physically fine. Socially, You'll be physically safe within the grounds of the home. They wouldn't dare do it there.
Does,
You
does,
hope.
what does that mean? Home it is.
Any dirty work my family does is done in a way that it can't be brought back to them.
At least they're honest, I guess.
And realistically, if anyone's in danger there, it's me, not any of you.
You also are aware, Scarlet, that like your parents are fucking loaded. They are so rich that you can't remember a single time from your childhood where you were ever scared to wander the grounds of either of your homes, your summer or your winter home. Alone at night. Never once was there that fear.
Because it's never done on the grounds. Can't be brought back to them. Can't have scandal. This time of year they would be at the Winter Castle. And she'll point on the map where it is.
I'll have to actually mark the map for you with the crosses. But based on understanding the map, Hakari, you've had a map for a long time now, courtesy of Marcus.
Yeah.
This is a new map with marks on it. So you understand distance when it comes to looking at the map of Damata at this point in time. The three crosses, it looks like Scarlet's home. If you had to hazard a guess, it's maybe about 3 to 4 hours from one of them. Closer than what you are now.
Okay. I think we head to your home, Scarlet. We take a rest and we maybe re-engage whatever plans we have from there. If your parents aren't home, it's even more of a win, right?
There will always be someone there.
Okay. Let's get moving, shall we?
Partway through the journey, because Scarlet has like no shame, but Hakari doesn't know that yet. She will actually she will move further back to the cart. So that if people want to turn away, they can. But she will completely change outfits in the cart.
Going into like actual Scarlet.
Going into actual Scarlet. So
Cool.
she'll be wearing it's like a light blue with silver accents. So it almost looks like icicles with silver through it. And then like don the gloves and everything and hitch the hair up so that there's waves falling down and all that kind of thing as it's going.
Stunning. As the cart takes off towards Scarlet's home. Having been so defeated in a battle that barely even started, certainly not between all of you, Velendar, there is this familiar feeling where it's almost like a job that you failed. Except this time, you didn't leave with nothing. You left with a companion? Question mark? That should be dead.
And I think the job factor is absolutely meaningless given that fact.
Yeah.
And is why his attention is solely and exclusively focused at this point on Tybella, with one exception. Would Promethean the player is seeing a connection between a bunch of dots. So will Velendar need to roll anything to make those same connections? So specifically thinking back through Narcelia's demise and the events immediately preceding it.
Yeah.
The stuff that Iosefka was saying about the book, the stuff that they've learned about the book, and specifically Narcelia's phrase in the tavern, let's pretend that we are immortal, that we are gods, and will live forever. From all of those pieces, is there something that might occur to Velendar as to how these people connect together regarding that fucking book that he now hates with every ounce of his being and wants to see destroyed and wiped off the face of existence?
Make a straight wisdom check for me, please.
Certainly.
Sorry, I can only do a gay wisdom check.
Look, I can go a little bent, but not too much further. So 13 and what's my wisdom like? 14.
Okay. You think back through all of this, and you think about the tone that Narcelia used when she said about being immortal and gods, and then you think about the tone that Iosefka used. And they would never be the same, because they're two very different people with very different goals.
Are you sure
very
about that,
different,
Emily? Are they actually two different people? Okay,
and
good.
very different alignments. And you've known Narcelia for long enough to know that what she said was a happy coincidence in jest.
Okay.
What does happen though is as kind of you're occasionally stroking Tybella's hair and trying to, I guess, recenter yourself with back into
Not
game mode.
even. I think
Like
he's
back in.
Yeah, I think it's almost though like an out of body experience for him. Like it is one of the first times in his life that he is not paying attention to himself at all.
Yeah.
Like his focus is solely on the fact that she is even alive and maintaining a check on whether or not that remains to be the case.
Yeah. As you're kind of doing that, as you kind of moving your hand through this blonde hair, there's a moment where you catch this strand that you saw in a dream once before, this shadowy twine. But it's not a dream anymore. And it's a lot more transparent than what you saw it the first time. And it connects and intertwines between the strands of Tybella's hair. And then it connects to your friend Marcus, who's recovering in the cart. And then forms a new connection to Hakari.
Oh, I fucking hate that.
Who's driving. And we're going to take a quick 10-minute break there if we can.
Okay, good. Excellent.
Hey, we'll be right back in like 5 to 10 minutes. We all need to sweat a little bit and then we'll just come back, I guess. Thank you so much for hanging out so far. There's a lot of you here and it overwhelms me. But hey, thanks for the subs and the bits and the everything, I guess.
And the
for
compliments
inducing the
to Emily.
Inducing the stress rash. Thanks for doing that, I guess. We'll be right back. Enjoy this 10-minute reel of fuckery. We'll see you shortly.
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck? Obedient?
That's one.
Choose your next two so fucking wisely.
Right, they've both been bitten by people that are infected by this disease. That's a problem. As far as you know, Eden hasn't, and so Eden's the only one who can get on the boat at this stage.
I have it.
Yeah, but Belle's been really fucking mean. And so his concern is for the chick who just kissed him, as opposed.
Oh, wow!
To be fair, you
love how
did
you
also.
What
call
was
out
I
the player.
supposed to do? Kiss my brother?
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, all right, hang on.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
I came
on.
back from the dead to say that.
Hold on.
It is. This is a dowry.
Was that your love language? Just throwing logs? Great.
Correct. Random acts of lumberjacking is my love language. That's. Remember that
Explains
time I
so
dropped
much.
a tree on top of you?
Oh my
Now
god,
you know.
okay, now I understand. That was like the ultimate. Yeah, okay, great.
In which case, Valentin's gonna just very sneakily mount her and place his dagger at her throat.
Fucking knew it, you little bitch. Okay,
And
great.
in her ear, wake her with the words, "It's my turn, Tybella." And he'll wait for her to wake at this point.
And she does immediately.
There are approximately 3 or 4 people on the face of this cursed earth who know who I truly am. And most of them want me dead. So far you don't seem to be one of them. And I'm lonely. Shall we have a little chat? You can inflict whatever you want on me, whatever you want, you know this. So you say you have strong opinions, please elaborate.
I have strong feelings more than opinions.
Sure. Feel me up. No? Produce your...
Okay, Elliot's in the boat. There's 2 more seats in the boat.
I can sit on someone's lap.
Fuck off! Get your own boat!
Oh no.
What the fuck? Wow. Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can see what my options are, but option 1.
Hang on, let me pull these up over here. So this is option 1. Do you want to read it out for us, Emily? Can you?
I'm sorry, I cannot. I simply can't.
Do you want me to read it out? God.
I'm
Okay.
not crazy, I just got power word killed. Hamish,
Yeah?
Do it.
stop trying to stick your flute up his butt.
Whoa! Holy shit!
Oh my god! Why did you do that?
I do want to watch this, though.
I have.
Fuck, I should have taken my clothes off.
met few aside from the
Truly should have.
And turn to face the guards that are approaching Marcus.
Absolutely.
She's going to start approaching with her arms out to the ground.
Okay.
And as she's doing this, her dress, which we all remember was made of beautiful leaves,
Yep.
are going to start falling as though it's autumn.
Okay.
Her entire body is going to become covered in vines, and as the vines fall away, her armor and all of her weapons are back.
Excellent.
She's going to stand in front of Marcus
Quick roll
with
a
her
D10.
shield on one arm and her sword in the other, and she's going to widen her stance with her sword towards the guards, and she's going to be like, come on, boys.
So, with a very blunt knife and a lot of tears, Blue painfully, slowly cut off her best friend's arm to save his life as a child. And even to this day, if she closes her eyes to go to sleep, she can still feel and see, like, just, you know, what it's like to cut off someone's arm. The one thing she would change about that is that despite her efforts and despite everything it took, she cut off the wrong arm and her best friend died anyway. So, if she had to change anything, it would be to go back in time and pick the other arm. You're welcome.
Talk about burying the fucking lead.
Wow. Okay, yeah. That... I'm not trying to hurt you, but I also have no reason to lie to you, Scarlet.
There probably could have been a way to sort of ease into things a bit more.
You're probably right, but I also wasn't expecting to see my dead daughter.
Oh, fuck off.
The problem is that I'm a chronic overthinker. So, like...
Oh, that's the problem, is it?
Yeah. So...
Woo!
I'm just gonna overthink about what Promethean just said for so long.
Oh no!
Emily! Oh my god!
Stab. Oh no. What have I done? That's the anus for me. It's like, that's what a god should be.
Sorry, say
right?
that again.
This is like...
the what? Could you just repeat that one more time?
I look. Everyone, push him off immediately. Oh my god!
No one can push him off.
I can check this shit out.
Yeah.
Fuck you, my buddy. Oh no!
Oh, you took me down! What have you done? Oh my god! Promethean!
As I'm like clutching at my throat, ripped apart. The injury's too much. Sink down. And as his life like flashes before his eyes, the last thing he thinks of is the Dragon Ball Z like afterlife, and he's like, I'm coming, King Kai. King Kai.
This is why we're not fucking friends anymore. Fucking nerd.
He collapses.
Excellent!
Fucking hell.
Yeah, you right, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good. It's just now, I've got to start a tally of
Spit takes
times
you'll make it
that
to.
I've been made to spit by everyone in this group.
Wow. Stop it. Oh.
As she is told to go and kill Justin, you can tell that there's this part of her that's like fighting it with every fiber of her being. And Eden, you look into her eyes and you can see that she wants to rip you in half.
What?
Marcus's thought is as follows: a tragic tale of a failed sister that's looking to get her ends, and she's going to be really upset to see the book in Grommy's hands isn't the book Grommy thought it was.
How so?
You remember when we went to the market and we went all that shopping? If you look at my items, I bought a book that was about the same size and shape of the book, DM.
Oh, you fuck.
When Grommy asked for it, it was a bit too obvious that Grommy suddenly wanted to be our friends. And Marcus is like, we've been horribly betrayed. Let's see who's doing what.
Beautiful, sneaky bastard. I love you.
Holy shit.
Quick, unload all of your filth here.
Which I feel like is a very fitting end to the quotes.
Well, you know, there's always time and there's always Emily's man.
Hey.
Oh no!
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck?
Hey, we're back. We're back to our normal overlay, our usually scheduled programming. I didn't know how to say that cool. Like doubted myself.
I don't trust you making a comment about us being on a normal overlay.
Well, you were on, I called it the overlay but red, is what I called it. Which I can do it again. Ready? Do you want to see? Ready? 3, 2. Oh, now it's red. And now it's back to purple.
I'll be honest, I didn't even notice that it was red on this whole section.
It's because I was truly driving so much anxiety into all of you. Hey, let's recap, shall we? D20, what's happened this session?
It's one of the slower sessions that we've got at the moment.
Wow.
You know, we'd started the session with the death of Tybella, where we had Velendar cradling her still corpse. Marcus attempted a magic he's never attempted before, and through now a curious bargain with an unknown god, Tybella's form has returned. At the same time, whatever strands that joined this party together, there was a strand between Tybella and Velendar, and Velendar experienced a whole bunch of memories that belong solely to Tybella. So he saw through key parts of her life, which may be deeply unfortunate later on. The party then basically the women carried the semi-conscious Marcus and the very nearly dead Tybella back into the carts. Marcus pressed the map into Hakari's hands. Scarlet said, "Let's go to my parents' place," which we always like a rich girl, so we're off to Scarlet's place now. And Scarlet decided to basically change her attire. Scarlet's approach of changing attire is basically kid off, kid on.
Yep.
Kid on, kid off. Excellent. Hey, love that for us. Excellent recap. As we kind of move back into the scene, Velendar, you seeing these shadowy twines, as quick as you saw them, they're gone. What are you doing? You're muted, baby girl. Oh, that dramatic effect just got destroyed by tech.
What?
Quick,
The
everyone put Prometheans in the chat.
The 0 in Promethean stands for the amount of dramatic effect. The
amount
only...
of professional talent, 0.
Stab. The only hard link to shadowy stuff that Velendar has separately to the dream itself and seeing that at the moment is Iosefka. And I think that adds a new emotion into the mix that he's been bouncing between confusion and grief and relief and relived trauma. And it is anger. And I think clenching his teeth, is Tybella still wearing the holy symbol that she was wearing when she met our little gang of buffoons?
Interesting. And you brought this up earlier, Marcus. The necklace that she's wearing. It was a symbol of Lolth. It's not a symbol of Lolth anymore. But instead is just this big red stone encased in some sort of a black metal.
Interesting. That's not as useful to him as it would have been if it was still a symbol of love, but that's okay.
Sorry about that.
No, that's not a problem.
Question for the DM. Is this a Little Mermaid situation where that's where Marcus's memory is?
I guess we'll find out.
Hey, you were all so familiar with now stealing her stuff.
Yeah, look, hey, still happening. I think regardless, not knowing which is, I guess, the real version and which isn't, that anger is going to drive him to palm that necklace.
Do so
and
easily. She's unconscious.
yeah, right. Specifically without the others noticing as well, though.
Why are you constantly sticky fingers? Look, I know you're a rogue, but come on, man. She just died. Let her have her own
Doesn't explain the
shit.
stickiness.
It's not the only reason.
I think Hakari is kind of navigating at the moment. Scarlet is changing at this point in time. Like, it doesn't take Scarlet long, but there's like a momentary kind of distraction there. Delphine is there with Marcus. Marcus, I think you would be a little bit too out of it to notice. But the two people that I will get to make a perception check versus your sleight of hand, Velendar, is Scarlet and Delphine.
You will need to beat
A lot.
a 23.
And I don't, because I rolled a natural 1.
So I just want to say...
Got like the dress like half on your face, like this.
Yeah.
Just the corset. It's like, ah!
DM, permission to not actually make a roll, because I think that
if you don't
she
think
would be
you'd be paying attention, yeah.
Yeah, I think that perhaps only passive perception. I think she's more focused on Marcus at this point. And with a 13 passive perception, there's no way she's getting more
Not
than
even a blip
23.
on the radar.
She's not noticing.
Unless anyone specifies, this cart ride is silent. Is there anything that you all want to do? Starting with Marcus.
Yeah. DM. As we're in the journey, Marcus is it takes a moment to kind of compose himself. He's covered in probably bits of Tybella's blood, tears. He has palmed the tissue that he wiped Tybella's face with and taken some of the blood of Velendar's tears and Tybella's blood and put it into one of his many pouches. When there's a moment in the cart where just Delphine's in there, he looks up to her as gently as you can with a woman that's armed and armored and a gauntlet. Places.
She's also cradling you like a baby. Like, come on, man, don't be scared.
No.
I think as well the pipeline between like, come on, boys, to cradling you is, you know.
Yeah. You see, Delphine, you see him take the amulet that he's still got, stuffed around his neck and kind of rearrange it. Turns to you. Thank you. There's more. You bring a light into this world that allows others to live.
I literally only just stopped crying. Do not.
But what we need now, Delphine, is for you not to protect me, but to protect us. I'll go and lie in a heap next to Velendar to get him to snap out of this, but we need everybody to be on their game. Help Velendar get through his confusion. I'll explain what I believe I did and why we got there, but dearest Delphine, we need your strength and resolve to look after everyone at the moment. But again, thank you for carrying me, but I'm going to crawl over to Velendar and kind of shake him out his funk. But if you can help, it would be marvelous if you can. And
I guess at this point, Marcus, the only question I really have, we can talk about what you did later, but really all I care about is is she dangerous?
We're all dangerous, but we're joined, and there's a bond I've yet to understand. But someone doesn't go to those lengths, Delphine, to fight to the last on something she believed so passionately, she almost threw everything away to defend what she believed was right. So her actions may be bad, but I think there's a different story that may even be good. But
I think maybe I didn't explain myself properly, Marcus. The question was more, is it still Tybella?
She's still the very angry, dangerous woman she is. It is Tybella. She may have changed a bit, but it'll be the woman that terrifies me the most in this group.
So no more than usual.
No, she's not something that's of danger to us from a different type of necromancy type approach. It is Tybella. But I just want to go and check a couple of things. But can you I just need to crawl over there for a bit, if that's okay.
Just gonna like put you on your little hands and knees like a cat. Like, you know how you like pick up your cat and they do that body thing? She's gonna do that to you.
And Marcus will kind of like claw his way towards Tybella and Velendar. Velendar, are you wrapped around her? Are you on? What's the kind of? I'm just trying to get the vibe.
I think she'd be laying down as comfortably as possible. She appears to be alive, so he's not going to like be clutching her exactly. But he'll be just sort of seated, I guess, next to her, just very protectively, even.
There's this kind of like snot-driven bit where Marcus kind of like ungracefully kind of drags himself across what's left of the cart past Scarlet and clothes flying everywhere, and then Paul kind of hoiks himself up next to you and says, I will look after her as much as I can. You need to help us have eyes. You're wasted here. The second she wakes, I will call you, but help us to keep her safe. You must be you again. We can do this later.
I think at this point, because Delphine can definitely hear you asking that, Marcus, and she's probably really thinking about how she can connect with Velendar, because she doesn't really connect with Velendar other than that initial moment. I guess at this point, she's going to kind of grab Velendar and like by his arm and like yank him up to his feet and hoist him up on top of the cart, and we're both going to go up on top of the cart and sit on watch, I guess, if you will let me do that, Velendar. If you'll let me manhandle you into on top of the cart.
He won't. And to Marcus, who will say specifically, stay away from her. She was there, Marcus. Briley was fucking there when Caius died. It tore her to pieces. I don't know what to do with that right now, so I'm going to stay here. And you are going to stay away.
Delphine definitely dipped. There's too much tension. She's gone.
Scarlet, I would say you can also hear this.
Scarlet is totally not taking part in this.
I'll just interrupt really briefly. Hakari, you can, while Scarlet is explaining, make a perception check because you can probably hear this if you can hear well enough. I'm so sorry, Scarlet. Please keep
No, you're
going.
fine.
Velendar would be daring Hakari to hear this. There is no check required.
Okay. I mean, do you want passive? Passive's like 15.
No, you can hear. Based on what Prometheans just said, you can hear. So can you, Scarlet. Everyone can hear.
Delphine's just gonna block Honey's ears. He doesn't need to hear this shit. Poor innocent child.
I mean, Scarlet had her comments when Astrid died at the vineyard to party members. So she will just let them have the conversation.
Velendar, I'd be dead before I knew it. With you. Don't judge me for the actions of other. Judge me for the actions I've shown you. We are somehow bound together. Trust in that and trust in my actions. I understand, but I'm not moving away from Tybella until she is conscious again. I went through a lot to make sure she came back to you.
I think Belinda will look up at Marcus at that point, and there's probably conflicting emotions running across his face at that stage. He won't argue, but neither will he concede exactly, but he won't stop Marcus from interacting then with Tybella. But he's not moving.
Yeah. No, Marcus, again, just collapses next to Tybella as well as he can and respectfully keeps at distance, but slowly binds some of the other wounds. Very slowly watching Velendar, pulls out the first aid kit and the healer's kits there and just slowly starts to kind of clean some of the wounds.
Sorry, are you cleaning your wounds or
Tybella's?
Tybella's?
So Tybella will got the 120.
Tybella's still pretty wounded, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
Oh,
I guess
I can't do much. I can't do much. So she only
I
got
guess
10.
that I could do healing word as I hop on the top of the.
It's more kind of like they're kind of like just binding the broken fingers and whatever else, right? Rather than HP type stuff, because like a long rest's going to fix everything, right? So we'll be good. But it's Marcus doing the part of he's trying to help a friend's friend at this, and I don't know Velendar's skill, but Marcus is good at doing medicine. And he's good at binding wounds and fixing things and cleaning Tybella up. And he's not going to do it.
Except that he has a level of exhaustion, so he'd be doing that at a disadvantage currently.
It'll be fun.
I guess at this point, Delphine would probably lie on her belly, head poking back into the cart, and be like, "Did you want me to heal her a little bit?"
She needs to rest. She needs to get sleep. But this is just to remove some discomfort she'll feel when the next dawn comes.
The other thing I would like to just cross to really briefly is Hakari hearing all of this.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay. I think Hakari has a measure of respect for how Velendar put. He has the knowledge, and he's using restraint to not act on that right now.
Mm-hmm.
So he will nod, but more than anything, he's new here. The weight and pain of loss is not unfamiliar to him.
Mm-hmm.
So the forethought is, are we fucking safe? Is there anything coming at us? Are we in trouble?
I'll get you to make a survival check for me, but I'm going to get you to make it at disadvantage.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why after you make the check.
Because Emily hates all of us.
I
Actively.
don't. I really
Mainly
don't.
you.
This is my third session, and I've been bullied every session.
Because
Raise your hand.
Delphine's also on the roof,
Yeah.
being on lookout. Should I also probably roll?
You can, or you can allow Hakari to roll a straight roll instead of disadvantage.
Yeah, let's do that.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
I was hoping you would say that, but I didn't want to push my luck.
Yeah, excellent.
Do you want me to make it just another roll, or
Yeah,
can I
do
take the
it.
higher one? Okay.
You know what? Let's go again.
Great. What's it? 23.
My favorite thing is that Lockie is a DM. So, like, this guy's like, oh no, every time. Yep. What did you roll, sorry?
23.
Oh, fuck. Alright. There is nothing trying to harm you that you can see. What you do see, specifically leaving the town that you were in, is every now and again there's someone just peering out the window, looking at you. And for a moment you're like, that's weird. But then you remember the form of Iosefka, and you remember her saying that this is her town. And you imagine that the reason these streets weren't busy is because if she's been around that town, you wouldn't want to be on the streets. And it's more this like, it's safer inside, but let's perceive what's out kind of moment that happens with some of these town folk that you pass. But as far as you're aware, Iosefka's gone. She got what she wanted. As you kind of continue along the path, journey is relatively drama-free. But there's a moment...
Except for those bitches in the cart.
Yeah, except for those bitches in the fucking cart. But there's a moment that happens when Velendar mentions Caius and Tybella. In that moment that throws you back to a couple of things. You once again remember that moment with Briley, seeing her throat cut from almost one side of her neck to nearly the rear. And how much that impacted her. And then you think about the moment in the tower with someone that you trusted and respected. And the betrayal. And there are moments where you think about how anyone in those situations can have thoughts, sometimes rational, sometimes irrational, sometimes emotion driven. And in what you've told me, that kind of adds to the reason why you say nothing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, DM, yes. please feed me.
No. Please don't make me die anymore.
Stop.
Is there anything else anyone would like to do as this journey is going to be drama-free unless you make the drama?
Scarlet will pipe up at one point and go, while you will be physically safe, I do recommend that anything extremely personal you keep on your person. For if my grandparents are around, there could be eyes in every room. Just until they know the measure of the people that have come to stay.
Scarlet, do we need to assume personalities? I mean, you know, I have this character I've always wanted to play in and it's been a kind of a drama-filled day, and I'd love to invoke this persona when we're meeting your grandparents, or is that going a little too far?
It's completely up to you.
Fabulous. It's for the first time Marcus seems to be actually like distracted from the death and disaster that's kicked off here at this point in time. Starts kind of shuffling through a notebook like
And Marcus
just gonna sorry, I'm so sorry.
Marcus would probably notice, like, he's seen Scarlet try and be Scarlet before, but she was still sort of bumbly and anxious. But this is very, very different as they're getting to the homeland. Even her poise and everything is different.
Scarlet, do we have titles we should address your family by? Do you have titles we should need to address them by specifically?
Also, magic, yay or nay?
Magic, definitely no. Magic is very outlawed, which is maybe why they did what they did to, well, they don't know. I know it was my mother. Basically just, except for my younger sister, everyone would be Lord and Lady Bell unless they give you permission to use the first name, due to familiarity. They would be expecting you to call me Lady Scarlet.
As you wish, Lady Scarlet.
Well, it's not that I wish it. I've spent the past year trying not to be.
Delphine's wishing she could just be a cat for this entire trip. This is too many rules to remember. There's literally 2 rules. She can't remember them.
Good golly, I just received 3 separate messages at once, and they all made me feel different ways. Excellent. Fucking hell. I just got emotionally ruined in 3 different ways. The rest of the journey is relatively smooth. Fucking hell, LNL covers. 4 messages. Thank you, LNL, who just wrote 4, and that's it.
Fucking job, LNL. Well done.
Salt, no.
10 internet points to you.
Wow. Hey, I love you all. Fucking hell. Rin, no.
Make everyone message Emily immediately.
Just numbers and that's it. I can't do this. Whoever writes 69 can name the next NPC.
I'm told the way to win D&D LNL is to force your DM to leave.
Yeah.
I have it on very good authority. That's how
Oh,
we
wow.
win.
Truly, I got 3 69s really quickly.
Good.
And then I got the message Grinch from Alan.
Thank you. This is a family show, so we'll move on quickly. Good work.
Hold on. Speaking of being a family show, give me one moment while I refill my water. I don't have to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got some purity problems with mine.
Anyway, back to reality, which is not reality at all. It's D&D. And this journey goes relatively smoothly. It's as you approach the property of the Bell family that Tybella's eyes blink open once again. She remains silent, but she's conscious. And for anyone who pays attention, she's not trying to hide it, she's probably just really looking to the entrance of the cart, just out, saying nothing, breathing much more even than what it was earlier. Scarlet.
Actively staying silent though, sorry.
Actively staying silent.
Okay. Velendar had positioned himself, I guess, to a point where he can kind of look into her eyes, as though expecting some form of communication, but if nothing emerges, then he'll...
She would look back at you, but she wouldn't say anything.
He will literally just sit there.
What a creep.
There's a moment where she holds your gaze for a significant portion of time. It's almost like a who's gonna look away first scenario. And then she does. And back out to the entrance of the cart. Scarlet, as we approach your winter home, would you mind describing to Scarlet's idea what we're looking at as we enter the gates of your establishment?
So it would be a couple of 100 meters before the gates, and then after that it's still a fair distance again. You would be passing down one side of, for want of a better term, a field where there's different hedges through it and a fountain and various gardens and that sort of thing. The place itself is actually a castle, and it's multiple stories high, and it would contain probably about 100 rooms given the size. In the middle on the top is a giant dome that's about 70 feet high. The architecture style is very, for want of a real term for ours, is very Baroque architecture. And you will see various types of animals out and about, such as peacocks walking around and those sorts of things. So very, very Bridgerton-esque.
As you all in this cart, Hakari, as you kind of lead this cart, there is an almost sense of intimidation as you're the first person that anyone's gonna see heading through these gates and towards the entrance. What are you doing, thinking, feeling in this moment?
As long as I don't have to haggle, I'm fine. And he will turn back. Scarlet, is there a call that I do to get this to park somewhere?
If you keep going up the path, there's an area in front of the main entrance that you can wheel the cart around.
Okay.
A staff member will be out very quickly because they would have known we're approaching, and if we take all our belongings with us, they will place the cart somewhere.
As you say this, approaching the entrance and kind of veering the cart naturally around, so that you can basically almost pull up at this stairwell entrance that leads straight into this establishment. There is already someone standing there in a midnight navy suit, these gold buttons, waiting for you to park the cart. A person by their side also, as you pull up to a stop. What are you all doing? Welcome to Scarlet's house.
Scarlet will stand and place her hand out, and the staff member would be used to this in that he would come forward and take her hand so that she can step down gracefully.
He's already got his hand out. And he bows his head, says, Lady Scarlet, as you step out of the cart. Awaiting for you.
I have brought some companions with me, some that need medical attention. Can we please find them some rooms?
We have plenty prepared should you need them.
Thank you. Is either of my parents here?
Both. As are your brother and sister.
And my grandparents?
No. Not on the property currently.
Thank goodness for small mercies. And she
Says
will...
nothing, just nods his head. Holding out his hand for anyone else that needs to take it, exiting the cart.
Not Scarlet. I'm not Scarlet. Delphine's just gonna jump off the roof, just onto the ground. Whatever. She doesn't need no.
His hand out. You watch as he kind of like. It looks like he almost would flinch, but his composure is so good that really what actually happens is he just kind of goes.
That's the usual reaction Delphine gets to her presence.
Confused blinking. Velendar, I think, will kind of echo this, like, holding the hand out thing, but to Tybella, just to see if she's going to be responsive to that and is capable of movement under her own power or not.
In the strangest turns of events for you, because you have lacked connection or understanding from this woman every step of your journey. Every single time you have tried to perceive, understand, read, guess anything about this person, you've gotten nothing.
Because these motherfucking things, like, every time. Yeah. Every time.
There is not even an ounce of hesitation. She takes your hand immediately.
Yeah, cool.
And as you help her up, she says into your ear, I saw what they did to Narcelia. And she steadies herself, lets go of your hand, and takes the hand of the staff and very, very slowly walks herself down in a way that you understand someone who is barely holding it together is attempting to do.
And I think Velendar will stay close enough, not so as to be uncomfortable, close enough to jump in if, like, genuinely physically required. But respectful enough distance, like, respecting the fact that this is fucking Tybella and she deserves her independence 1000%, and she's back from the dead and he still doesn't know what to do with that. But he's still very much concerned about her well-being. So close enough that he can jump in and assist if he's needed.
What does happen is after you leave the cart, and she's kind of standing there, there is a moment where you feel this, like, hold on your clothing, where you understand that, okay, she kind of thought she could hold her own weight, but she's just going to hold onto your clothing instead.
And for the time being, that is his purpose.
Great. Who's next?
Of course. Marcus has dramatically pulled on a coat that was sitting there. He has a silken scarf around his neck to hide that. Seems to have cleaned himself up rapidly. There seems to be quite a lot of makeup that seems to be applied in no particular order, but it brings out a level of colour to him. And he's grabbed up everything. So Scarlet's conversation. So Marcus, even though when he's ready to understand, swept all the documents and books into yet another large kind of carpet bag. casually throw them over one shoulder. Oh, delightful! Takes the person's hand, puts a hand on his shoulder, and steps out, leans out. Hakari, old chap.
Hakari will jump down, land, and assist Marcus out of the cart.
His knee smashing.
Wow.
Smashing his knee. And I'll wink heavily at the footman.
Who remains relatively stone-faced during that process. After kind of seeing you all exit the cart, making eye contact with you, Hakari, specifically, being the person that was manning the cart, he says, would you like me to stow the cart for you?
Yes. The horses have a strict diet. The white one is Nala. The ginger one is Pabu. Nala will only eat steel-cut oats, and Pabu will eat anything, so just be aware of that.
You watch as this staff member maintains very, serious eye contact with you during this entire process. You can tell that they are actively listening to you. And you watch as he approaches the horses, and before he even looks at parking the carts, you watch as he gives them a pat on the mane just to, gain their trust before he enters the cart and drives them off to where you would assume they would be stowed. It's a comforting feeling. It's not just okay, I'm doing my job. You can tell this person really cares about what they do.
I like him. Don't
Me
kill
too.
him, please.
Delphine would have been watching this to see how he reacted to the horses too.
Scarlet, I assume you in the lead. Make your way up the stairs to your very familiar home. And before you can even enter the establishment fully, you see this delicate, very slight young woman who you recognize to be your sister, running towards you, arms open. And she says, Scarlet, I didn't think you were coming back. And she just, before you can say anything, embraces you in this, warm hug.
And Scarlet will definitely crack a smile and laugh and be like, of course I was coming back. It's only a gap year.
For those of you who have never laid eyes on Abigail Bell, you see this very slight, definitely shorter than Scarlet, golden blonde haired girl. The hair falls almost in this blow wave, but it doesn't feel styled. It just naturally falls that way to the small of her back. She has these blue hazel eyes and this golden kind of skin tone. There is an aura about her that just feels warm. And on her ring finger, you see this giant fucking diamond looking stone.
Is it black?
No, it is crystal clear.
As if you would have noticed Scarlet, you wouldn't know she was wearing an onyx ring. You wouldn't even know if it was in your backpack.
But I do know who the ring is from, and there's a story behind that one. Has a date been set yet?
Well, mother and father, they're just a little bit difficult sometimes. We're thinking, I don't know, when the sun starts to come out towards the end of this year. I really want the flowers to be fresh in bloom. And they're dying at the moment. It's really sad.
Oh god. Delphine is like visibly shaking because she wants to go fix the flowers.
And the mention of dying Belinda's like eyes, like the amount of fucked upness in his life comes out through the very, very briefest of flitters that he shoots in Abigail's direction, just with a completely coincidental happenstance of wording before he recovers from it.
Scarlet will grab Abigail's hand and hold it and say, "Come, sister, let us take the guests inside."
Wait, before we go anywhere, you've made friends. Who are they? Who are your friends? I want to meet them.
I have companions that I travel with.
Okay.
Would you like them to introduce themselves?
Marcus
It's like
steps
Scarlet's like remembering, hang on, Marcus
Mar-
said he was doing
Yeah.
something here.
Yeah, Marcus steps up at this point in time. Delighted to meet you, Lady Abigail. Mwah. Mwah.
Oh, lovely to meet you also, but you can just call me Abby.
The pleasure is all ours. And what a beautiful engagement ring, I assume. Who is the lucky person to win your hand?
Well, I am pretty lucky. She then like kind of looks at Scarlet and then looks back at all of you and she says, but you'll meet him later and he can introduce himself.
Fabulous. Allow me to take a moment to introduce you to this incredible group that we were fortunate enough to meet via Scarlet. And this is Delphine, a paladin and a protector of many realms and people. She's a strong, silent type, apart from when flowers and poetry speaks to her.
She holds out her hand to Delphine and she says, "You're interested in flowers?"
The strong, silent type, as I mentioned beforehand.
Panic.
She's taking what Marcus said to heart because she's like, is he telling me I have to be silent? She shakes her head that she likes flowers. And also, as she goes to, she doesn't understand handshaking, so she just goes to like pat the hand in front of her. And as she does that, Honey also comes to pat the hand in front of her because Honey's learnt from Delphine at this point how to greet people.
And allow me to introduce Hakari, who has traveled many miles as a man of wisdom and the elements himself, and is nature incarnated in a different and fabulous way. Hakari.
She then holds her hand out to you.
Hakari will bow, like hit the martial arts
And she
beat.
kind of panics and goes,
Hakari's Eye of the Five Winds. It's a pleasure, Lady
Clearly
Abigail.
none of us know how to shake hands.
"The pleasure is mine, Hakari. Lovely to meet you."
And Marcus will cast a glance backwards at Velendar's demeanor at this stage because he's standing right next to Tybella. And as I cast an eye backwards, I raise an eyebrow.
Body language is very proper, noble, even. And Velendar will take a brief step forward. And I, of course, am Javier Quirinoth. And he will nod coolly and step back.
Because you didn't even give her an opportunity to put her hand out, she doesn't. And she says, "Lovely to meet you, Javier."
And forgiveness for our last companion who is sorely injured and needs rest. So I will save her introduction to herself because she's a lady in her own right. But if we could get some rest, Scarlet was so kind to offer the facilities here. And apologies, but safety first.
When you all look at Tybella, there is something that's happened between being in the cart and her holding your coat, Velendar, where she is now just an elf. The elven form that you all met her in, the dark hair, the olive complexion. And she nods and she says, "Forgive me, I'm not at my best, Lady Abigail. Tybella is what you can call me." And Abigail nods and says, "Certainly, if you need to rest, we can find somewhere for you. Plenty of room in the Bell establishment." And as she kind of says this, you all see this very stoic, shorter statured, gentleman, jet black hair that's being kind of pushed off his face. These deep brown eyes, well-groomed beard and mustache, in a tailored, deep kind of navy coat. These pants that, for some reason stop at the ankle before these, like, almost, to put it into real life terms, like R.M. Williams style fucking brown boots sit at his ankles. You all know the type. As he kind of makes his way out and hands behind his back is kind of watching this all play out. And he looks at you, Scarlet, and you recognize this as your father, Oliver. "Scarlet, you didn't send word. We weren't expecting you."
Father, I had sent a letter home to advise.
Deetwenty's lost it at the chat.
Yeah. I had sent a letter home to advise that I needed further time, but I returned sooner than anticipated due to a change in events.
Well, your presence is never unwelcome, Scarlet. It's good to see you.
I have seen much and learnt more in my absence.
You look like you have. I'm glad that you got something from your trip.
And Scarlet will not ignore her father, but turn to a staff member and instruct that Delphine gets a guest room that overlooks the gardens out the back that have all the flowers. Marcus gets the guest room, which is closest to the library. And she'll basically give instructions for which guest room goes to what based on the party's personal interests that would make them feel more comfortable.
I love that.
So appreciated, because Delphine was not going inside.
Delphine,
She was just gonna...
Are you all heading straight to your rooms? What's the play here? What would you all like to do?
Actually, Delphine's gonna turn to Scarlet and be like, "Lady Scarlet, can I go play with the animals?"
Certainly.
She's gonna go chase the peacocks.
You run outside, and not only do you see peacocks, as you kind of start looking at these peacocks, and one of them kind of fans their tail out as you exit in like a flourish of, "Look how pretty I am." You also see it's like something you would imagine in a storybook somewhere. There's like a little caramel fluffy bunny that like hops its way past you. And it now being kind of twilight since the sun was setting when the battle occurred. You watch as these bats kind of take off into the sky and some of them are like colors you've never even seen before. You see this bat that is this deep purple color, and another bat that is like an emerald green kind of take off into the sky. It's unlike anything you've ever seen before, and it's somewhat the closest thing to the Feywild that you've felt in a while, because it's this
Exactly what I was thinking.
magical kind of energy that you've not seen before.
She's definitely just gonna go enjoy that. And Honey's off flying with the other bats, being a bat.
As you do it, there is a moment where you kind of feel eyes on you, and you see that Abigail is kind of paying attention to you, like in a, not amused in a condescending way, amused in like a, I'm glad someone is enjoying this way, before she pays attention back to her sister. What are the rest of you doing?
Hakari is going to take Marcus by the arm. Do you need assistance to your room, sir?
Marcus leans in for a moment, and then very, very carefully whispers, making sure no one else can know, is like, Hakari, be on your guard. The family are hostile, potentially, to Scarlet. Keep your wits up. And he leans back, no, dear boy, I am looking to have a fabulous tour of such a wonderful facility. Scarlet said so much about this wonderful family and its wonderful location. You go and look after yourself. Enjoy. And then looks over where Velendar is. We'll stick with Velendar. Velendar is.
Velendar is where Tybella is.
Yeah.
What was Belinda's name again?
Javier.
And what was Marcus's name again?
Which, by the name, is his actual character name. Just an FYI.
Did Marcus say he was
you
a
guys
different
remember
name, or was he just Marcus? I forgot.
Marcus was just Marcus. Tybella is just
He didn't give a name.
Tybella. The only person that changed their name is Velendar.
Marcus didn't give a name. I don't know what to call him. I was also told to be silent, so
yeah,
this is a very stressful moment.
You're just running around frolicking in the fucking backyard at this point.
But actually stressing internally because she's like, what am I supposed to do again?
But then looks directly to Scarlets and says, what would you suggest, Scarlet?
I would suggest that people retire to their rooms and freshen up as they feel the need. People will check if you require any food or drink prior to the night meal.
Dinner will be served in roughly an hour, if you wish to all join us, and I would welcome you all. The whole family will be here. Well, not all of us. Your father, Oliver, says to you, Scarlet.
Which ones will be missing?
It will just be immediate family. As in, Abigail is here. Harrison has been out all day, but we'll be back shortly. And your mother will be here also.
I shall be glad to see my dear mother.
You look wonderful, Scarlet.
Thank you. I have learned greater control.
I hope that's not all you've learned.
It's not.
Well, excuse me while I freshen up and check on your mother. But should you wish to meet us in the dining hall, we will see you there shortly. He wanders off. You all kind of see Abigail kind of watching Delphine frolic. And then kind of making her way back in. She's paying attention to you, but there's also kind of like this distraction to her where like a moth could kind of fly past and she just pays attention to the moth instead of paying attention to all of you. Or like someone kind of flicks their wrist in like a natural way that you're just kind of standing there and fidgeting. And she pays attention to that more than she pays attention to what's actually happening. There's this sense of joy about her that's like, without an insight check that anyone needs, there's this like sense of joy about her that like, she's just happy watching people be. As she kind of stands there watching you all either head off, do your own thing.
Fucking hell. I need to roll an insight check on everyone in the room at any given time.
Right.
Every single person, threat assessment.
Okay, great.
Including the fucking overly joyful sibling.
If anyone wants to roll a check on Oliver, the father, can do so. To answer the rest of your insight check, Deetwenty, who rolled a 22 on Oliver.
As did I.
Wow. Okay, so you would both understand that he actually seems genuinely happy that Scarlet's returned. The words that he's speaking is that of someone who has almost been trained to be proper for a really long time and doesn't know how to express joy or affection aside from saying, I am glad to see you here. So there is a sense that he actually feels good about her being here.
So, DM, we've seen Scarlet's biological father, and we've now seen her other father. That's what that's what Mark is doing. I'm not sure what Velendar's looking for. And again, the sense of
threat level.
For me, it's
great.
Is this my property's returned or my heir's returned? Because Scarlet's one of the elders and things. Is it?
There's not a sense of objectification or like my heir has returned.
Sure.
What is something you both or anyone that rolls anything higher than a 18 would pick up is that having seen her father and then her father, which you're standing in front of now, looking at him and his appearance, there is not many similarities. Looking at her father that guided you on the boat, there was
clear visual,
physical similarities. Yeah.
So in terms of that threat check, I rolled a 10 on Abby, so I'm going to assume whatever.
Are you rolling like inside? Is that what you're rolling?
Yeah. So it is literally a threat assessment of the new people in the equation, and especially given what we know about Scarlet's pretend parents, not so much the siblings, which I don't think we were even made aware of the existence of, but it'll be that same kind of initial, is this person likely to be a threat or a problem in any significant way in the immediate short term? But I also rolled a 10 for Abby, so.
Is anyone else rolling an insight check on Abigail? Yeah, great. Let me know what you get.
Separately to that, insight check on Scarlet. Not fucking 20.
Yikes.
27.
Holy shit.
what the fuck is Scarlet feeling about being in this situation? As much as I could kind of get, and keeping him like Valenda's distracted, right? Like
Yeah.
his primary focus
Okay, hold
is
on.
still Tybella.
Let's take this in stages. So let's
Sure.
tackle the Abigail stuff first. D, what did you roll?
16, dear.
16. Okay, so Velendar, you find yourself attempting to read Abigail. And there's a moment that kind of happens where, like, the grip on your shirt or coat tightens as if, like, Tybella's like, oh, I kind of lost myself a little bit, and she straightens herself back up. That distracts you from that kind of read.
Yeah.
And so what you see is what you get. Marcus, you pay attention to Abigail, and you watch as she kind of pays attention to Delphine and watches Delphine kind of watching all these animals. And then she returns to you all, and you see these moments where she looks at Scarlet, and kind of just is looking at her sister. Then she's looking at all of you, and then she catches sight of something else. And there is this genuine, pure joy that just emanates from this young woman that is something you haven't experienced in a very long time. It is just this genuine love of people and things around her. And it's not a facade. It is a warmth that just emanates from her. There is nothing suspect about this girl.
Marcus will take an opportunity when Abigail is close by to lean in a large stage whip and say, Abigail, Delphine is a pure joy of nature. Should you go and speak to her, I think the two of you would find an absolute passion and joy over the magic.
Do I need to roll a fucking D10? What's going on right now?
Is Marcus wingmanning me? Because we're literally in each other's DMs going, am I going to smash Scarlet?
Fuck stream elements. Let's roll an actual dice. You can eat me stream elements. I don't agree with your roll.
I also rolled a 5 for Abigail, so yeah.
I need you to know that, like, if you could embody Sabrina Carpenter in a, like, little NPC, this is, like, the most Sabrina Carpenter, not the risque version, just, like, the little cutesy version that you could possibly fucking have.
It's like, have you tried this one? But she's talking about a type of flower.
Yeah.
She wants you to smell.
Yeah. No, 100%. And that's what this is that it's this pure joy and love for just existing. Like, that's what it is.
And Marcus genuinely believes that's the thing that will fill Delphine's cup. That, especially after what she said in the cart, and it will give her a level of energy. Plus, it'll be hopefully some sort of comfort to Scarlet that there is someone in here that also cares for her sister too. So he leans in to do that and said, as the comment goes, is mentioned that I, Marcus, would be not forthcoming if I didn't mention the magic that Delphine brings to nature and those around her. And then step back mysteriously. Same time looking to Hakari.
No one says anything. Everyone is silent during this moment of pure wisdom by Marcus.
Look to Hakari and Scarlet. So what I'm gonna do is just work out where it is. I know I'll let Velendar do his magic there, but I'm looking to those two for parts when I'll just let Promethean do his magic with his 27, if that's okay, Dim. What do you want to?
Yeah. So Scarlet, what does Velendar read off you with that roll?
So he would have noticed that she had to put in extra effort with Abigail not to slip back to how he has known Scarlet to be, in that just happy, throw herself around on people, all that sort of thing. And he would remember that when she's talked about her family, she's like, except for my sister. Like she's always separated her sister as being positive from the rest of her family.
The others. Yeah.
In addressing the father, he would have noticed that she went a little bit more, I'm potentially being examined. You know how you get a little bit sort of stiffer if you think someone is looking you over?
Yeah.
And he would have
well knows that feeling.
And he would have noticed that there was probably no one else would have noticed, but with the 27, just the slightest pause before every time she said mother or father.
Yeah. Okay. Which makes sense, I guess, given the circumstances.
And he probably would have noticed that she's also trying to size up her father.
Who, by the way, is physically shorter than Scarlet.
And Scarlet ain't tall.
Scarlet's tiny.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, how tiny is Abigail?
Very. She
is 5 feet to be exact.
Guys, I'm so here for the Delphine Abigail love story. We're running away in the sunset.
I'm here to facilitate it in any way that I possibly can.
Marcus is setting me up.
And Scarlet would be all for that because she thinks Abby's fiance is a dick.
Oh, it's gonna be a home wrecker. I'm so here for it.
But she's also punched him in the face. So that's, yeah.
It's kind of at this point where, Velendar, you would hear Tybella say, I hate to admit it, but I am going to need your help getting to whichever fucking room this is in this establishment.
Yeah. And Velendar / Javier would find them their rooms then, or be directed if there are people assisting them.
You kind of heard Scarlet describe what type of room you would have. Noting that, like, you kind of start to move, you watch as Scarlet's dad just goes, and someone appears to take you to your room.
Yeah, perfect.
And they do. And you both kind of head up this grand circular staircase.
That is fucking unkind. She's just come back from death, but okay.
Okay, well, it sounds like her problem. Elevators don't exist in this castle. Sorry about it. How do you think Scarlet got so strong? She was running these fucking staircases left, right, and center.
Velendar will help her with the staircases, if necessary.
Hakari, what are you doing?
Hakari is going to sidle up to Marcus. I need to have a word with you.
Uh-oh.
Private, if possible.
Yeah. And in as loud as voice possible, it's like, I too need to retire. Hakari, your arm, please. And Marcus will lean heavily on the silver wolf head walking stick he has, and then overly dramatically kind of clutch at Hakari and then totter towards the direction of Scarlet. As he does that, he casts message silently to Scarlet. It's like, let us know if you need anything. I'm watching and I'm listening, but I'm very tired.
As Scarlet will go with Marcus and Hakari and just casually making conversation while this message occurs in her head with her. And if you choose to explore the many books in the library, it is down the corridor on the left.
Scarlet, just before you leave, your sister grabs your hand and gives it a gentle squeeze and says, Scarlet, I am genuinely so glad you are back. And I'm glad that you learned things. And I hope you got what you wanted on your travels. Are you back for good, or are you leaving us again?
I believe that is a discussion that will have to occur with Mother and Father.
Just know that I will support you no matter what. As long as you're back, I guess, in time for the wedding.
Oh, of course. Although I still think you could do better.
Someone needs to get me through it.
Guys, I've completely lost it.
You've seen the gifs we've been sending and you've been like, huh?
just take a moment. You know.
There's a lot of Juno positions being sent around right now.
I'm going to need truly 3 minutes.
DM, while Delphine's taking 3 minutes.
I just want to really quickly, if it's okay, find out, Scarlet, are you going to a room to freshen up? Are you staying here? What are you doing, knowing that Delphine's kind of frolicking at this point, and the others are retiring to rooms?
I know people are physically safe here, and I know that my grandparents aren't here, which makes it even more physically safe.
Yeah.
So I think Scarlet would retire to her room.
Mm-hmm.
Presuming that, of course, her bedroom is still intact.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And she will lie face down on the pillow and half scream and then cry.
Before you do that, there's only one thing that's different in your room.
Oh, no.
And it is on a side table, there are a stack of papers. And as you look at the first one, you see that it starts with, Dear Scarlet, it's day 1 since you left.
Aww.
And it continues into an entire page worth of text. And then it's signed your sister at the bottom. And as you kind of go to the next one, you see that it's like day 4 or 5. And then you see day 10. See day 30. And you see this entire stack of letters. And for you at the moment, you've been through so much, and there is so much that you've faced, that it's more like you're kind of thumbing through these letters. You don't have the mental bandwidth to kind of sit there and take it all in. But it's something that you could do at some point in time.
I think that'll be before sleep thing. But at the moment, she hasn't, aside from the vineyard, she hasn't let herself cry after Astrid. She hasn't let herself cry after what happened just hours before. So she's going to do that when no one can hear or see her do it.
Yeah. but it is a feeling that is warm, and it is homely for a place that maybe doesn't currently feel like home to you. Delphine.
Hi.
As you frolic. And I've made that up. You haven't said that you're frolicking.
Oh, I'm fully frolicking.
I feel like Delphine is a frolicker by default. It feels like, yeah.
Yeah,
As
that's
you
how
frolic.
she walks.
And everyone's kind of left now. Abigail does kind of just place herself on the staircase and just is not necessarily watching you, but is just kind of watching everything. And she says, "You understand why I live here now, right? Why I've never left?"
Delphine's gonna kind of... She's still not sure if she's allowed to speak because Marcus told her she's silent, but she'll be like, "It is gorgeous." And how many animals are here? There's so many. I'd love to see it in the springtime.
It's been... I've had every opportunity to leave. And maybe I'm not as strong as Scarlet, but maybe also I just love this place. Because it's just nice to be here. Particularly when the flowers start to bloom again. Or just before they're about to fall. I know we're approaching the time in which they're all gone. But...
As Abigail says that, Delphine's going to quickly turn to the gardens near her and just gather up a couple of flowers and just with her back turned, just kind of make them bloom again. Like that moment right after a rainfall and the sun has just come out and the buds are just opening and the scent is at the strongest. She's gonna like make them that moment, and she's going to present them to Abigail and say, "Maybe you're stronger than you realize just by staying."
She stands as you approach her because she's...
I totally gave her the flowers as well, by the way. I did say that, right?
she's also really short, so if you approached her standing, it would be like doing this. But so she
she can stand on the top step and I'll stand on the bottom step.
She stands on the top step. And she watches as these flowers come to life. And there is this literal wonder. And it's a look that you've received before. Having been not from this plane of existence, you have been at the hand of people that don't understand just you. But it doesn't feel like that. It doesn't feel like you're not understood. Which is actually kind of nice. Feels like you're understood. What it does feel like is that this is the first time she's seen magic like this. And watching these flowers come back to life, there is this childlike wonder that fills her face. And she says to you, "Where did you learn to do that?"
Delphine's just gonna kind of look at her and go, "Shh," and wink. It's our secret.
I'm going to do two things. I'm going to let the cat into this room because she's howling. And at the same time, what will happen is Abigail, if you let her, will take one of these flowers and will place it kind of behind her ear. And we'll just be like, okay, It will be our secret.
As Abigail goes to place it behind her ear, Delphine will actually complete the action and tuck it in there for her.
And there is this, like, red flush that comes to her cheeks as I open this door. Come on.
Come on, kitty cat.
I can't believe that you're setting up a situation whereby both Scarlet and Delphine are absolutely destroyed when this sweet, innocent, fucking joy-loving person is absolutely ruined by you and whatever fucked up evil plans you have.
You don't know.
True. As you are.
There is another thing that happens in this moment where she says to you, Delphine, she says, "My family are harsh people. They're not as understanding as I guess you or Scarlet or I are. They're not bad people. They just don't know any different. And they've been raised close-minded. Keep that in mind. I don't want to see harm come to any of Scarlet's friends or my own." But your magic is safe with me.
Delphine's gonna take Abigail's hand that's not holding the flowers, and she's gonna say, "I can promise that I am well prepared to protect myself and those who open themselves up to friendship and care, and those who appreciate the beauty in nature and the joy in life."
I think you and I are kindred spirits in that respect.
Sorry, I can't. Everyone is. I'm sorry. Emily, I can't flirt with you. It's too
Sorry.
real.
Sorry about it. As Abigail once again kind of touches this flower in her hair, she says to you, "I hope to see you at dinner." And then she kind of skips off. Like, just without kind of a moment's notice. She's just off and gone. And we kind of move across now to Marcus and Hakari. What are the two of you doing?
I will head to the room provided, open the door for Marcus and gesture for him to head in.
Marcus pauses for a moment, looks. Is there a foot person nearby or a servant that's guided this way, DM? Or is it just
It would be like another member of staff would show you the way. Yes.
And to that individual, Marcus will say, "Mark, you've done an incredible job. Don't worry about us. Please see to whatever else you need to do. We're totally comfortable here, and we'll see the rest of the family at dinner time." And
They leave you very quickly. They don't wait for a
fantastic.
second
No,
invitation.
brilliant. That's it. The second round, Marcus gives the place a really hard look around. I want to really check this place out and see where we are, location-wise, and is there anyone else around, DM?
Within this room specifically?
No, the outside of this space. So I'm not. Marcus is in Velendar, but Marcus is looking for anything odd about this place. Scarlet's talked about it in a particular way, so he feels there's eyes around, so I'm effectively looking for other listeners or whatever else.
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Certainly.
Can I assist him?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
So advantage then.
Thank the heavens, that's a cheeky 26, DM.
Yeah, cool. This place as a whole, from the time you've entered to now, stale. It's really stale. The only kind of life that you've seen, aside from your group of people and Abigail, and the brief kind of glimpse at nature that you've gotten through Delphine having gone out and investigated, everything else feels like you're in a museum. That's genuinely like the feeling you get. It's weird because like you Jesus fucking Christ.
She's having a time.
She is having a time. It's like you expect, based on Scarlet's evaluation, that there could be potential danger for you here. But there's nothing to indicate that that's the case thus far. You don't feel as though there is anyone onwardly watching through magical or non-magical means that would be kind of listening in or attempting to sneak about, unless it's Velendar.
No, he's busy.
Sorry, Hakari.
It's okay.
There is a number of stories that Scarlet's yet to tell. Family trauma is there. This is a very, very unique situation. Marcus closes the pull guides you into the room. He's not going to pull anybody into a room. Guides you into the room, closes the door, and then leans heavily against it. Looks around the room again for any obvious reasons. And his face kind of drops, and the facade completely goes away. He's exhausted, and close to tears, possibly. You said you wanted to talk to me. I feel I will fill the space with words. Please start, Hakari.
I will sort of make sure you're steady. I'll even hand you my staff to lean on in addition to yours. I need to know just a few things. What you did back there is something I haven't seen happen. There's an element of it that is in stark contrast to my teachings. If it goes down one path, we believe in rekindling flames. We believe in balance. We believe in what it is to watch a vista light up with sunlight, and then cool purples and cold blues just encapsulated. That's the balance, day and night, you know. What did you do to bring her back?
Hakari, I've had the fortune or misfortune to travel widely across the Marder. I hear and see things that many do not. I saw something once when in Sediva where some traveling companions that I'd met befell an accident, and a dwarf shaman happened to be there. So he was well known as a seeker, someone that travels through to find things. He said in a language that I didn't understand then but do now, this was not this individual's time to leave. And it started a chapter in a book for me that I want to explore. It would seem the fates have been cruel. Tybella I don't fully understand Tybella. I don't fully understand and who I will call Velendar. And I don't understand our friend Briley. But Tybella's time and what I understand of Velendar and Tybella's relationship needed something more. And I'm willing to risk that for all of you at this time. Until our stories change.
Until he finds another party to replace us with.
Pretty much, or start continuing rolling ones every time. But Hakari, I went against nature itself, not to cheat it, but to besiege it, to think differently, and to take a chance on telling a different story. And I believe I pay a price for doing that. Whether it disrupts that is something I am happy to talk through with you and explain to you. I do not understand enough about you, Hakari, and I would like to learn. But I am concerned about the offense it may have caused you or our gracious Delphine. And if it offends you, Hakari, please let me know.
I think this is probably the first time there's like a single sort of tear forming in the pits of his eyes. Could you do it again?
I would do it again for any of you. Maybe not Tybella, because she's going to be pretty angry when she works out what I did with her. But any of you,
What if it was for Briley?
Lockie, please don't make me cry again. 3 times in one session. Come on, man.
Hat trick, dude.
Is Briley dead?
I don't know. You were meant to be the spot that she was at. I was meant to find you, and she was meant to be there. And Marcus, I have felt a lot of things in the time searching for her. And I didn't realize what one of them was until I saw you resurrect her, Tybella. And one of those emotions was loss. It was pain. And I've hidden it. I've done well. I'm trained to be able to breathe through these emotions. But I trust you because she trusted you. And you've shown yourself to be a loyal companion and a friend to these people you travel with. And I would like to earn that title as well. Because you were a friend. And I think we could be friends too. And I think he would just sort of lean back on the bed or a seat or whatever is there and just sort of breathe a sigh of relief.
Marcus puts a shaky hand upon Hakari's shoulder and then looks directly into your eyes. Your Briley and my Briley seem to be remarkably different, and it scares me beyond words. I am unable to hide my emotions particularly well, and these books are full of my feelings and thoughts. The way Velendar looked at me when he mentioned Briley's name had we been on the street, I believe that would have been the last look I'd seen from a set of living eyes. And it scares me because I don't understand what he's seen. Your story about the Briley you know is like summer and winter. But there is such a disparity between what I know of Briley. And then there's a moment where Marcus pauses. It's almost there's something he's grasping but can't quite find anymore. It's like there's something, there's a moment where his kind of thoughts disrupted. And then he kind of shakes it off. It's I don't. The map is now yours, Hakari. She left it to me. I give it to you freely. I believe that I will find out, but I want to talk to you more, but you feel closer to the Briley you speak of than the Briley I knew, and I will try to work with you to find Briley and find, and please don't take this the wrong way, my Briley, rather than the Briley you speak of. But I fear there's a connection to Velendar that Tybella talked to us about that you may be unaware of. In a moment, Tybella had a dream that there was a shadowy connection, as she framed it, to her to Velendar. And I know the name Velendar is just a name. It's just a face he wears. But the face I saw at the last moments before Tybella's death, I think is the true individual. And whatever name and face he wears at this point in time, that is it. And that is a conflicted individual. It's like Scarlet. There is a magnificence to
Everyone
her
hydrate,
she doesn't
please.
realize. There is a magnificence to her, and a story that, like Velendar, they're almost like the same reflection in various glass panes around. They both hide pain, and I don't understand why. Like to understand why. Make a great story. But moving back quickly to you, Hakari, you bring a sense of order and justice, like Delphine does, but in a slightly different way, one would say. But if Briley is your North Star, I'm here to help you find that North Star. What can I do to help you find that North Star?
I think we. I don't know. This map, I think, is what I need to focus on, finding these points. There's one not too far from here, but this means a lot, Marcus.
I'm going to press upon you one more favor. I'm just not in a fit state to do it. Please, can you check on Scarlet while I sit here and snore my face off? I just need to lie down and do things. Could you just pop in and see Scarlet? I would message her, but she's a strong, proud woman.
She is.
But this is a difficult place for her. And I'd like to be there for her, but I just need to sleep. I just need to sleep. And I don't have the capacity to provide anything for her. You, Hakari, have a set of strength I don't currently have. Please, please, just go and check on her. She'll probably rebuff you, but please just check that she's okay.
Of course.
And with that, Marcus is like, I'm just going, and looks around for a bottle or something to drink. And
Oh yeah, there's like a fucking bottle of whiskey next to this bed. Like,
I thought he meant like a baby bottle of
there's also, if you would prefer, a bottle of just still water and a glass.
Yeah. So Marcus has been sweating profusely for that. Downs the water he's got and says, Hakari, wake me for dinner. I just need, and he literally just passes out. His energy just goes and he just collapses on the bed.
I would like to tuck him in. Make sure he's okay.
Why do we love Marcus so much?
And I think Hakari will just give him like an Aragon to Boromir gentle kiss on the forehead.
Yeah. Fuck.
And then make sure it's safe. The same intense investigation out here. Even though Marcus says it's fine, I'm gonna be on guard.
Yeah. You do this tender tuck in and this sweet little kiss. And it seems safe enough. Before we wrap up the session, we're just going to take a really quick 2-minute break and then we'll come right back. We'll be right back.
I am flabbergasted. I am befuddled by the buffoonery before me.
Obedient?
What? What the fuck? Obedient.
That's one.
Choose your next two so fucking wisely.
Right, they've both been bitten by people that are infected by this disease. That's a problem. As far as he knows, Eden hasn't, and so Eden's the only one who can get on the boat at this stage.
I haven't.
Yeah, but Belle's been really fucking mean. And so his concern is for the chick who just kissed him as opposed
Oh, wow.
To be fair, you
love how
did
you
also
What
call
was
out
I
the player.
supposed to do? Kiss my brother?
I'm sorry, what?
Wait, alright, hang on.
Okay, hold on.
Hang on.
Hold
I
on.
came back from the dead to say that.
Hold on.
It is. This is a dowry.
Was that your love
Yeah.
language? Just throwing logs? Great.
Correct. Random acts of lumberjacking is my love language. That's. Remember that
Explains
time I
so
dropped a tree on top of you?
Oh my
Yeah,
god,
you know.
okay, now I understand. That was like the ultimate. Yeah, okay, great.
In which case, Velendar's gonna just very sneakily mount her and place his dagger at her throat.
Fucking knew it, you little bitch. Okay,
And
great.
in her ear, wake her with the words, "It's my turn. Tybella." And he'll wait for her to wake at this point.
And she does immediately.
There are approximately 3 or 4 people on the face of this cursed earth who know who I truly am. And most of them want me dead. So far, you don't seem to be one of them. And I'm lonely. Shall we have a little chat?
Hey, we're back. And we're going straight back in. Following this conversation between Hakari and Marcus, we move across to Tybella and Velendar. Tybella leans on you heavily, but not on you, more on your actual, your clothing, as like a counterweight. And there's a stubbornness to it, that I think without an insight check, you could read that she probably needs actual help.
Yep.
But she's too stubborn to ask for it.
Yep.
As you're both led to her room first, she kind of makes her way through the doorway, and she stops and she turns to you and she says, Why did you give them away, the rings? I just need to know. I think I know, but I just want to hear you say it.
It was the only way I imagined any of us would survive.
Yeah. She got them all, yes?
A very subtle grin spreads across Velendar's face. Not all. And he'll place Narcelia's ring. Or he'll hold out Narcelia's ring.
You didn't get her
I
ring.
guess. Was it not Narcelia's?
No.
That I took back? Whose was it?
You got your own ring back.
Which I thought was hers, but that's fine.
It has a stone in it.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, that was Narcelia's, right?
No. Oh, sorry, Narcelia's, not Tybella's. I got them confused. My bad.
Wow. Orcs. Yeah,
So
and he will hold that out to Tybella.
In your hand?
Yes. It's I know it's not.
She doesn't let you
His.
finish. She closes your hand on it. And she says, it wasn't the rings. It was the ring. I appreciate the gesture. I have been in situations where you just do what instinct tells you. And so I guess I understand.
Roll an insight check.
Oh, okay. Fuck you, you fuck. That is a natural 13 plus insight. That's a 23.
Fucking hell. He's clearly agitated about something, but is actively going out of his way to stay on top of that and to not bring it into this environment, like at this point in time.
She doesn't say anything or acknowledge that. What she does say is, I don't know how to explain what happened. And it's interesting because in the process of you guys walking up to this room, she's changed from her elven form back into her drow form. So you're looking at Tybella in her true form. She says, I don't know how to explain what happened. I can...
So she'd said earlier that she saw what happened to Narcelia, right? So between those two statements, would it be fair to assume then that she had a very similar experience that Velendar had?
She says, I'm very aware that I would not be back here. I guess if it wasn't for your friend. And I certainly wasn't ready to die. Despite what I've said in the past.
I wasn't ready for you to die. What the fuck were you thinking?
I think you know what I was thinking. Because I think you've been there. I also will say that I don't know how I was brought back. But I do know that I saw Iosefka and what she did to your friend. And I saw you run. But I also saw how your parents treated you when you were young. And how you weren't ever really family to them. I feel like you might have only ever been an object. And I guess I'm sorry for that. Because despite losing everything I've ever cared about, the only time I've ever been treated like an object is by your family.
I saw that, Tybella. When you were gone, I saw your life. I saw what you had and what you lost and who took it from you. I don't know why or how. I don't know. There's nothing I can do to change any of that.
No, you can't.
But know that I would give anything to make sure that you never have to go through anything like that again.
I know. But I will never ask that of you. I'm going to ask you one thing, though. And I hate to admit it. But my strength does not exist right now. There is nothing I hate more than feeling weak. If you wouldn't mind just staying with me this evening, I would be very grateful.
Without hesitation.
But I guess we have to show face at dinner, don't we?
No. If you're not up to it, I will find us an excuse to not attend.
If we aren't there for Scarlet,
Tybella, you died. Fuck Scarlet. Unless you truly feel up to it, I will find a means for us to not attend.
well, get to brainstorming, she says, and she just steps aside. She heads straight into what you would assume would be like the bathing quarters of this room and just closes the door. You hear nothing after that. Silence. And we go across to Scarlet. What are you doing?
At some point, she will start unpacking some of her things. Probably start reading some of the letters, but not necessarily getting too far into it.
I guess things you glean from just starting to read versus getting into it is a lot of the early stuff that you kind of flick through is a lot of it is I miss you, like I don't have anyone to hang out with. Harrison can be really boring. You know, he will entertain me and like indulge what I want to do, but it's not the same. It's kind of the message you get from a lot of the early stuff. Then you kind of transition into the wedding planning and the pressures of withholding the name of your family, now being the next kind of inline femme presenting person in your family. And there is kind of this weight you feel to that, where you know that could have been you. And there's like a relief, but it's also like a, oh, but now someone else is carrying it scenario.
And it's to the same guy. How much was shared in common? No.
Yeah.
Don't you guys remember her telling you that story all the way back in like episode 1?
She did.
No. I have no recollection of that. I might have sold the memory for some kind of benefit.
If only that episode was somewhere on YouTube.
She punched her betrothed in the face, but it was okay because he was actually going to marry her sister instead.
I remember the punching in the face bit. I don't remember the betrothing of the sister.
Scarlet was meant to be marrying him.
No.
Didn't get along with him, punched him in the face, and then he became engaged
Got demoted.
to his sister. Yeah.
To be fair,
The scandal was contained.
Abigail.
Yeah, the scandal was contained.
Okay.
I'm going to make a bigger scandal.
Yeah, you are.
Again,
5 feet worth of scandal, baby. Let's go.
Scarlet has punched a lot of people in the face since we've met her, so it's kind of like, but no, it's a really good thing.
It's not the same. Scarlet, after you read these letters, what are you doing?
So, and I'm not saying this because of seeing the discussion on screen.
I trust you. It's fine.
Yeah, she will actually organise for a plate to be brought up to Tybella so that she doesn't have to go anywhere. And then basically start getting herself ready. Because before dinner, she will want to go past Marcus's room to ask him a favor at dinner time.
Okay, cool. You organize this plate to be sent to Tybella's room. And you start to knowing the expectations of a family dinner. Not even a full family dinner. This is just an average, everyday family dinner. You begin to ready yourself. And there is this strange feeling of cold that overwhelms you. And this weight that you feel in the pack that you carry of the notes that you've scribed and the things that you have understood that Marcus commanded you to note down before Iosefka took the book. As the rest of you, except for Tybella and Velendar, begin to ready yourselves for this family dinner. We're going to end the session there. But we're going to pick it up at Supernova next weekend.
The fuck you are?
Saturday at 1:30 p.m.
You what now?
The Imagineers stage. So hey, if you are Queensland based and you would like to see a sneaky little moment in time with Scarlet and some special guests, you can come to Supernova on the Gold Coast, or
we weren't even invited.
Or you can stream
I was supposed to be getting some
here on Twitch at 1:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time.
As in here, streaming here, as well as being live on the Supernova stage.
Yeah, at 1:30
Fucking
p.m.
awesome.
on Saturday.
That's so cool.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm really scared to do it. But hey, this was so much fun, guys. I had an actual moment, but we'll get to the moment in a second.
Okay.
Because the thing that we're going to do is we're going to go around and speak about our favourite moments. And I'm not going to be mean this time. What I'm going to do is ask if anyone would like to volunteer as tribute for their favourite moment of the evening.
Lockie will.
Oh, yeah, dude. And look, it's hard because there were so many good moments, and I'm
It is hard.
well prepared for this. I think my favorite moment was seeing Scarlet hard switch from barbarian mode to Bridgerton lady in waiting moment. That was quite cool. I liked that stark contrast. I also liked the brutal resurrection. That made me feel a lot of feelings. I'm going to name another great one of the budding love between Delphine and Abby. Big love. And then breaking down in front of Marcus. That was awesome. Cool. There you go. Those are my fast five or
I
four.
love it. I love it. Hey, because they threw you under the bus, Promethean, what was your favourite moment?
All of those. Most specifically, though, I think absolutely, completely unexpected. Well, I didn't know Scarlet had a sibling that existed, and immediately that kind of like, hey, these two beings would dig each other, and the possibility of that is a favorite moment, regardless of what happens. Just the concept is absolutely amazing. I think least favorite moment is Hakari
I
not
didn't
taking the
ask you
opportunity.
that.
Not the point. Hakari not taking the opportunity to try and approach myself and or Tybella, because that would be super fun.
Are you kidding? No, dude.
Legitimately favorite moment. Fuck you, Emily, for absolutely fucking Aureliusing me.
What do you mean?
You fuck. So I expected Tybella to, one, die, or two, not die, but be really fucking angry about a bunch of stuff. Right? Those things didn't happen.
Not yet.
And Tybella's entire fucking attitude is very, very different than I was actually assuming or expecting it would be. And that threw me entirely, and having to kind of deal with that was fun. Like, genuinely enjoyed
Okay.
having a version of a Tybella that I was not expecting. And the whole concept of the both of them having experienced each other's lives now is a really cool fucking thing that I think will be fun to play with, just in general.
You don't know how much she saw of your life, though.
Yeah, but I know how much I saw of hers.
Hey, who do you want to throw to next? You boss thrower under her?
Salt.
Me.
No,
Sometimes
the
I
other
forget
the
what
other
my name
Salt.
is.
Yeah, the other Salt in the chat.
Well, because I spent the whole session being one name, and then I'm like, oh wait, that's my name now.
Salt Queen, Salt King.
Imagine being the GM and being
Hermits.
87 characters.
Impossible. Look, honestly, there were so many good moments tonight. I spent the good first half of the night absolutely sobbing, and my glasses kept sliding off my face. I was looking in the camera and I could see a streak in my foundation from where a tear went, and I was like, but my mascara and my eyeliner are solid, so we're good.
Yeah, mood.
So definitely one of my top moments would be just the emotional turmoil we went through between the flashback sequence with Erin, who was amazing, and then the and then the bloody Marcus giving up his memory, devastating, and then watching Tybella's life, devastating. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
But yeah, obviously flirting with Abigail is gonna be the highlight.
Who would you
Look,
like to? Oh, sorry.
if you kill Abigail, I will cry.
Okay, it's not on my cards
there is
currently.
no way that Abigail survives.
How
Sorry.
dare you?
No, I have to rescue her from her horrible marriage, and we run off into the sunset. It's gonna be great.
You don't, Promethean, settle down, you narcissist. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry. Hey,
No, it's fair.
Sol, who would you like to popcorn to? Scarlet or Marcus?
Go Scarlet.
What was your favorite moment, Tammy?
So I have two. I have the memory thing with Marcus, but also just seeing Abigail come to life, because she really was the purest. She was the daughter that was wanted, but you still couldn't help but love her. You couldn't resent her.
Beauty.
And it's the one family member that Scarlet actually felt loved by. So yeah, watching that come to life in that sort of purest joy form was just really satisfying for me.
I love that.
That is cute.
And I'm gonna corrupt her.
Marcus, what was your, or Deetwenty, what was your favorite moment this evening?
I think most of it was. I think that the cut points for me was we've actually seen a different side of Scarlet, even though we haven't seen that side of Scarlet. We've seen something returning home, and I think that there's a great deal of intensity there. The other thing I think that really hits it off for me is Velendar and the pivot point of seeing all these collective experiences coming through from different people, and the change in personality, for lack of a better word, or perspective that he drew through that one. And it was all it was fascinating to watch, as I said, the layers that went through. But for absolute giggles, I'm looking forward to what Delphine destroys in this absolute castle as part of it. It's yeah. There were just too many wonderful moments. I'm still waiting for the Hakari thing to really kind of take off.
Hey, Hakari's a fucking cool character. I can't wait for you guys to learn more about Hakari.
Hard agree. It's just a real intense time, and sorry.
It's so fun.
My favorite moment is a bit of a cop-out, and usually I would be like defensive about it, but I'm not going to be defensive tonight. And the reason for that is this is like the first time it's kind of maybe hit me a little bit, but it all kind of like, I was getting really emotional from the start. And it all kind of came to a head with the Marcus and Delphine moment, and continued throughout the rest. But I think that's the point where I was like, is that this is the first campaign I've ever run. And just like watching people interact with the thing really got to me tonight.
Aww.
Like genuinely, I think I messaged Salt and I was like,
yep.
I'm gonna get really teary again. But like,
it's fine. Do that.
No.
It's okay. It's generally okay. It's fine.
I cried 3 times tonight, Em. You got nothing. Don't worry.
You're cute even when you cry. It doesn't matter.
We'll all close our eyes. Nobody will see it happen.
No one will see it. We'll all close our eyes. We promise.
Stop it. But it was just a moment of like, I've just been writing like a thing.
Hang on. No, I'm interrupting.
No, I don't mean it. I don't mean it in like a dismissive way. I just mean it in like I've been writing something that I'm just enjoying writing, right? And it's not to do anything or to send a message or to appease like an
just
audience.
have fun doing the thing.
Or anything. It's just one of those things where the original concept for this campaign was like, I just want my friends to have fun and like to run a cool thing. And I wanted to do it with a group of people that I was like, I'm going to trust these people no matter what. And just like kind of watching that get a little bit deep tonight, I was like, they're really interacting with the thing.
Hey, so what I saw
got
happen.
really emotional.
So what I saw happen was that, but then you also went, hey, here's a bunch of people from backstory stuff that we're going to pull into it. And tonight's session specifically, we won't talk about Ash's contribution to Briley or how much I hate Briley's guts right now and want her to die, right? But what we will talk about is Rin, who in the last session and this one
killed it, by the way.
fucking killed it. But also Erin from Let's Roll for Dragons as like Velendar's little bestie, Javier's little bestie in backstory world. Like, absolutely brilliant call, super fun, and entirely secondary and separate and mutually exclusive favorite moment. The best call, because that session with Erin, like, if there was anyone that I felt bad about dying in my backstory, it's fucking Erin. Because, like, she was the best. Just so cute and just the perfect version of what
I need
Narcelia
you all
was.
to know how much I'm going to emotionally manipulate you all.
It was a incredibly good call, and it was super fun to do those sessions despite the trauma. You know, you did good.
Hey, thanks. I'm going to deflect that compliment and say thank you, Rin, and also Erin from Let's Roll for doing a fucking excellent job with those NPCs.
Tiny Tiamat on Instagram and Breads, I believe.
Yeah. The other thing I'm going to do, because I like to do this at the end of sessions, is just spoil things that I have upcoming. So aside from Supernova, which is next weekend, I believe I'm going to send this out on Tuesday into the universe, which you're all obligated to be a part of. But I'm going to be posting an EOI, or an expression of interest, for the brand new segment that's going to be fortnightly on the Hexes and Vexes channel. And it's called This Is Your Questline. And basically what it's going to be is I'm going to play a character that's a TV host.
Is this the thing? Is this the evolution of the thing that I think it is?
It's called This Is Your Questline. It's hosted by Wisteria Daggerford, who is going to be interviewing adventurers about how cool their quests have been so far and what they've achieved and like how fun it's been. And then after we've done that, it's going to transition into Emily talking to the player about how they created their character.
I need you all to understand how fucking rad this concept is. This is an in-character fucking an in-character multiversal interview. Doesn't matter what fucking game or system you're using. This character is interviewing your character and saying, hey, what does your life look like?
Yeah.
Right? That is fucking awesome, and I love it.
It's basically This Is Your Life, but it's This Is Your Questline. is what it is. So I'm really looking forward to that. Hey, maybe one of these guys will be the first guest. Who knows? We're going to raid someone. We're going to do a super rogue raid tonight. And let me explain the raid. We're going to raid someone called, hopefully this works, Gaza JC. And the reason we're going to raid Gaza JC is because this is one of my best girlfriend's partners who is aiming to become a full-time content creator. And is like just kind of starting their journey on Twitch and TikTok and Instagram and stuff. Has like given up their job to do so.
I love this.
Doing really cute
Oh, yeah,
stuff at the
man.
moment. Is cooking with his partner on TikTok live and stuff. It's really sweet. Tonight though, he's playing RuneScape, like old school RuneScape. So we're gonna raid into that.
Let's go.
Just for like a sweet little personal raid. Throw some D10s in the chat if you're gonna stick around for the raid.
Hey, it's something that's super easy for a bunch of us to not dismiss, but like forget is like how fucking cool it is
when
to
you
be
get
raided by other people, right? Like it's a cool fucking
He
thing.
also
So
won't know this is coming. It's gonna be
if
great.
you're hanging out and if you're paying attention, fucking like milk that shit. Like
Yeah,
make them
do
feel
it.
good.
Hey, we're gonna raid now in 3, 2, fucking 1. We've raided out. I'm just gonna
Cool.
hit ended.